now had their debts forgiven, despite a Supreme Court ruling that had blocked President Biden's much bigger plan. Fans of the group One Direction are in mourning. One of the band's singers has died. Liam Payne fell from a hotel balcony in Argentina. Authorities say he jumped after police were called to respond to an aggressive man, perhaps under the influence of something. All that's under investigation. Payne was 31. America's listening to Fox News.
You know, I'm a gun guy, Second Amendment guy, and I want to tell you about a family-owned company that I just love. It's Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they make more than 200 models of rifles, shotguns, revolvers right here in America. The quality's so good, they have a lifetime guarantee. The craftsmanship and smooth action, they are top-notch. I speak from experience. Every Henry I own, accurate right out of the box. They've all been reliable ever since. The best way to learn about Henry, get their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are and a great newsletter. Just go to henryusa.com. That's one word, henryusa.com. Click on the free catalog button. It's in the upper right-hand corner. And they even donate to our military and veterans and law enforcement and first responders, children's hospitals, families with sick kids. They do it all. And also Guns for Great Causes programs. Anyway, go to henryusa.com, get your free catalog, free decals, and a list of dealers where you are, henryusa.com.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug, Rhino, and Los on Friday Eve. Glad that you're with us. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Gosh, there's so much to get to this morning. I guess we'll jump right in. The interview, the sit-down that Donald Trump had that was recorded the day before yesterday in Cumming, Georgia, is getting way, way, way overshadowed by the whatever that was that Brett Baier had to host on Fox News Channel. Good Lord.
Okay, so I had to go read all the liberal media. Late last night and early this morning, I kept reading through to see how did they see this, because what I see is completely different from what they're going to see, and I knew it would be. This became, because you've never heard this on the other side, Donald Trump faced very aggressive and rude, everything is that Brett Baier was contentious. He was angry.
He said yes, ma'am, and things.
They acted like he was confrontational.
Oh, my God.
He spoke over her, never allowed her to get out her policies and ideas, and that all she was able to do was go to talk about why Trump was. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point, right? Like, that's all she did was talk about Trump.
The interesting factor in all of this, and it's what it comes down to, it's very simple for me. She actually faced follow-up questions based on what she said. We have, for the better part of 2 weeks now that she's been doing a little bit of media, they basically ask her a question. She's allowed to expound on what she wants to. To think that on 2 different occasions, on national interviews with The View and also on Colbert, where they asked her, what would you change? And she didn't say anything, and there was no follow-up. Like, this is the time where she actually had follow-up questions, and that scares the communists out there.
Of course.
Yeah.
They don't want to have to answer for anything that they do, anything that they say. Let's get right to one of the cuts. We'll talk about the immigration thing, because that's where Brett Baier started. And this is the question that everybody has had. Everybody. I mean, everybody in the entire country knows that the immigration system that Kamala Harris has propped up or broken down, depending on how you see it, is not working because they opened the floodgates intentionally. So that's where Brett Baier started, and rightfully so. And then things went off the rails from there.
Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Moore, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
To ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election. Because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration.
And it was combative the entire time. When he asked her about the numbers that had actually been released into the United States, Rhino, she did nothing but blame Trump. And I can, for the life of me, figure out how in the world she's connecting those dots.
There are no dots. She is scrambling because she's responsible for the border. Joe Biden is responsible for an open border. And Brett Baier did a good job in going back and saying, hold on, these were the policies that were in place when you came into office and you got rid of them all. The bill that they're talking about is complete BS. I'm going to tell you right now, page 1, title 1, the first thing in the bill is Department of Defense military personnel, $207 million going to the military in different forms. So then it's $3 million this. But it's not for the border. It's all for Ukraine. It's all for Israel. And we're talking about $200 million to each branch to do what? It doesn't even say. It just says, Space Force. Just keep control of Ukraine. Take care of this. And everything in this bill that she continues to pretend that Donald Trump told them not to. No, Mike Lee, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio all said, this has nothing to do with securing our border. If we want to secure our border, we need to start there. That's why that bill was thrown out. They're going to lie about that as much as they can. But she has no answers because she knows she's responsible for the deaths of those women.
January 20th of 2021. That is day one of the administration. What happens very fast? An executive order undoing Trump's expansion of immigration enforcement within the United States. They also, by proclamation, halted the construction of the border wall and got rid of stay in Mexico. This all on the very first day. So when she's talking about if we had just passed this bill, y'all went ahead and got rid of on day one the protections that people like Laken Riley would have gotten to enjoy, to where people would not be flowing in here and possibly murdering and raping people.
They knew exactly what they were doing. Mm-hmm. Kamala Harris knows they knew exactly what they were doing. She can't say that because it's wildly unpopular. Her own father, a Marxist, the one that had so much influence over her, clearly, in his papers, in his writings, he said it will be detrimental to American, and he was talking about black people in specifically in his writings, that flooding the country will be bad for blacks.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem to even listen. The one place her dad may have been right, because Marxists are wrong on 99.9% of things. The one place her daddy was correct is the one place she didn't listen. The one place that she has no room to move, and everyone knows it. Even the people that vote for her know it.
The reality of what a president is supposed to do is keep the sovereignty of your country safe and keep the people who live in your country as safe as possible. They could play games with, illegal crimes, they don't really outweigh those of Americans. They're not, but that's the point. They're not Americans, and none of the crime should happen. I hate every single crime, especially when it's against someone. But the reality is, we could have cut down on how many murders, how many vehicle thefts, how many assaults, how many rapes, how many child trafficking cases. We could have cut them all down by just shutting the border down. They never really had an answer on the border. Their border bill is complete crap. They gave $1 billion to the Navy, and here's what it says in this. In response, this is to remain available to respond to the situation in Ukraine, to support improvements to Ukraine. Yeah. Not our border. Right. So and you know what? I understand what her father was saying. Look, this is going to hurt blacks. It does. It hurts blacks. It hurts whites. It hurts Asians.
Everybody.
It hurts
that was just
Hispanics that are here. But the reality of it is, he's right. He's right. It does. It hurts American work. It hurts those jobs, because as soon as you start getting them out, guess what happens? Jobs open up. They're not black jobs. They're everyone's jobs.
The problem she has, and how it's very bad for her, is the timeline. she's consistently talking about, had we just done this 9 months ago, Jose Ibarra, the man who is accused of killing Laken Riley, would have been here for more than a year after that point. He passed, and ICE has it through their information. He crossed the border in early 2023. So when she's talking about what we could have done in early 2024 had we just passed this bill, most of these people are already here. Based
failures.
on the policies of what they did in 2021.
Complete failures. We'll go with Kamala Cut 2 because she blames Trump for everything, knowing that she's in office.
Frankly, exhausted of Brett.
More than
people
70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
But
people
you're the
have
lever of
become.
power.
But listen, over the last decade, it is clear
And
to
then
me.
she just
and
rambles
certainly-
on.
Do you
and
hear how
on.
ridiculous that is, though?
And of course I do. That's the reason.
You're leading the country that's going in the wrong direction, and your excuse is, but Trump's running for office. This is an idiot. This is a complete moron that people are voting for.
46% of the country is already convinced that she's going to do a good job.
I don't know how many times I've brought up in the last year or two that when they go to this tactic, I consistently point at a man in Florida and saying he doesn't have any political power as far as holding real office. How are you possibly trying to blame him when it's your own failures? And to see her try and do it and then try and use the J.D. Vance tactic of, let's get together on this point and then I'll build from here. That's what he was doing during the debate. And so when she tries you know what I'm talking about. No, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. That's what she was trying to, like, hey, we're both smart. You know what I'm saying. And you get Brett Baer going, I don't have any idea what you're saying.
Problem is, Rhino, she's not really smart. And I say that, and I don't mean to be demeaning to her as a person, but politically, maybe I should say that.
She's not good at this.
She's politically,
horrible.
she's horrible.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, people on MSNBC, the people that you were talking about earlier, MSNBC, they know it.
Yeah.
CNN, they know it. ABC, CBS, NBC, every network knows it. The View knows it. Everybody. And it was on display like never before because Brett Baer was firm but fair.
Yeah.
And that's something that she's not faced, is firm.
The mainstream media leads the witness in this point because she has no idea what to say, how to say.
That's a great way to put it, yes.
They're just saying, hey, here you go. Let me give you this. Because the reality is, she doesn't know what she's talking about. So even when she says, do you know what I'm talking about? She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's an installed puppet. That's what she is. And look, there's probably parts of her that are very, very intelligent. And I'm sure there are. There's got to be. But the reality is they picked her because she's not smart. Because she can go out there and she can look a certain way and hopefully get the vote of people who look like her. But that's it. And they were hoping that she'd be able to kind of spin this and do things and be likable and joyful, and her cackle would be good, and everything's backfired on them. None of it has worked. There was no joy in that interview. That's what she's running on. Happiness. You didn't hear her silly little cackle that the left kind of likes. She was nervous. She fell apart, and she looked like a complete fool. And I really think this is the October surprise. I really do. I think people will see this interview and go, that was it. As much as Joe Biden, just fell apart in a debate, I think she fell apart yesterday, and Americans saw it.
So to say this in the most eloquent way possible, I went over to National Review, and Charles Cook had a write-up about this. And you want to talk about looking at somebody and taking their campaign and putting it in the right box. He talked about, and here was the write-up, the word salads, the awkward cackle, the stunned repetition of agnostic phrases. They're all byproducts of Harris's debilitating suspicion that she has no earthly clue what she's doing. She can't debate policy because she's never examined policy. She can't sell a worldview because she's never had a worldview. She can't deftly navigate a paradox or a hypocrisy or a surprise because, like a man attempting to cover up infidelities, her political promiscuity has left her tangled in a web of no rhyme, reason, or design. That's what was on display.
Yeah.
Couldn't
right.
explain it.
No. It's I was blown away by the fact that she, you know what? I take that back. I wasn't blown away. When Brett Baer said she was 15 minutes late, you knew what was happening. They were milking the clock. They knew exactly what they were doing. They wanted to make sure that it was, because they knew Fox needed to turn this thing around. So how do we put them back on their heels? That was the design. That was the plan. And that even backfired.
Yeah.
In the short time that Brett had, he was just like, okay, I'm still going to ask you the questions that I have to ask. And then you could see him. I don't know if you guys noticed this. You could see him looking off left and right because
their staff.
buzzards were circling. Yeah. He was being like browbeaten from off the camera, which had to make the room completely uncomfortable, as if it could get more uncomfortable with her craziness.
Carlos, the reason I think this might be one of the October surprises for that reason alone, and Tug, when you say they were there and they were 15 minutes late, they waved the white towel. They waved the white flag. They threw it in and said, this is it. It's over. It's done. We got to get out of here. It's going bad.
Name me another interview, guys, where we have watched in recent years, political or otherwise, where the staff is basically during it being like, that's done, it's over. Like, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, in music.
Nathan Wade.
Yeah, maybe. when Fonnie came in.
Yeah.
Maybe
well,
then.
when they were doing the CNN and then they started asking about Fonnie. And then his staff was like, that's it.
Yeah, and they pulled him out.
Yeah, the only time that they pull you out, Carlos, is when you're doing that bad.
But think about it. She's running for the office of the President of the United States. Like, I get it with somebody else when they're like, hey, I'm done with this. You know, that Pete Rose, you ask him about gambling before he passed. All right, listen, I'm just not doing this anymore. And you'll have people that will leave the interview. This was someone who was sitting on a national platform with one of the headliners who's going to be handling all their election coverage, and they recognized this is going so badly, we need to pull her right now.
knowing it was coming. That's why because some people, I kept seeing it on Twitter, mainly from leftists, saying, she pulled the boss move. She was like, she showed up late on purpose to show who was in control.
That's professional.
Yeah, right, exactly. But there wasn't a boss move. That was a scared tactic.
Yes.
And probably wasn't even her thought. It was probably those people, those buzzards that worked for her that were circling, that took her in there late, hoping that it would shrink the time and shrink the damage that they knew that they were going to take.
Yeah, that's the reality. If it was a boss move, she'd come in and be like, hey, I am sorry I'm late. I have a busy schedule. I've been traveling all over campaigning, but I'm here and I'm going to sit down. You don't throw in the towel early after getting destroyed. So that was a BS lie. Like they're trying to fix and spin anything. But let me ask you this. If you can't sit there in front of Fox News and talk to Brett Baer when it does get a little rough, when it does get a little confrontational, how do you do that in front of leaders that threaten the national security of this?
You can't. And nobody expects her to be able to.
Yeah.
We'll continue the conversation here on Extra 106.3. Kamala says one thing and then does another. And male voters, they've noticed. We'll do that next, as well as the headlines. This is the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays, anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Morning, it's Tug. Holiday season is around the corner. Southern Exteriors is doing something truly special. Their Home for the Holidays roof giveaway. Until November 30th, you have a chance to nominate a deserving family in need of a brand new roof, just in time for the holidays. With so many families facing hardship, and goodness gracious, we document it all the time on this show. This is something that you can help with that will put a roof over someone's head, a sturdy, leak-free, a functioning roof. Southern Exteriors is committed to making a difference in their community. It's more than just a roof. It's peace of mind and a place to build memories with your family. So let's come together and make a difference. If you know a deserving family in need of a roof, You can nominate them by visiting southernexteriors.co. Southernexteriors.co. Their phone number, 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN. Southern Exteriors, where home means more.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Life takes a toll on all of our bodies. It's inevitable and part of growing older. Whether it's sitting for hours at our computers or working a physical job, our bodies pay the price. It's hard to accept, but at some point, the pain gives us no choice. Now, we can't turn Father Time back, but there is an effective way to turn back the clock on pain, and that is Relief Factor. It was developed by doctors, and Relief Factor helps support your body's response to inflammation. And the difference, instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it for good. And it's 100% drug-free. If the pain that comes with living a full life is affecting you, do what I've done. Turn back the clock on pain with Relief Factor. Their 3-week quick start is $19.95, less than $1 a day. And when you feel good, it's amazing how much more you can get out of life. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. 800-4-RELIEF. Try it for $19.95. While we can't stop aging, not yet, we can stop pain with Relief Factor.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, October 17th. A 21-year-old Buckhead man was killed over the weekend after a friend he invited to Atlanta from New York for Pride weekend allegedly stabbed him to death. Mauricio Asensio had come to the U.S. to escape violence and had invited 36-year-old Orlando Larchaga to Atlanta, paying for his airline ticket from New York. According to police, the incident happened in front of witnesses at the Prominence Apartments in Buckhead. Atlanta police have charged the suspect with murder and possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. 3 men have been at a teen party that took place in 2023. Timothy Coleman, Kingston Cotman, and Takel Beverly Smart were all found guilty of violating Street Gang and Terrorism Prevention Act, and 2 of the defendants were also found guilty of aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of an illegal weapon. They are expected to be sentenced on November 14th. And Fulton County Superior Court Judge Thomas Cox Jr. invalidated 7 new rules the state election board passed to help safeguard accurate results in the 2024 election and ensure ballot accounting. Cox wrote that Georgia's constitution provides that only the General Assembly can set election procedures. We'll have Janelle King on later this morning around 9 o'clock to take any of your questions. You can submit them right now on Twitter, and we'll be more than happy to ask them for you with your headlines. Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
Kamala Harris, she is going to give you absolute gold. If you do not support her candidacy, there is so much to laugh at, so much to poke fun at. I don't know how many times you can say, I grew up in a middle-class family, and expect people to take you seriously. And yet, on the Breakfast Club, Charlamagne the God, it came out there too. This is all fun and games until she's elected, and then it's not going to be nearly as funny. But it is gold right now.
I'm going to use this in this example. Do you know why Hitler lost World War II? See, he opened up another front. Mm-hmm. He went after the Russians.
Yeah.
He's fighting the West. He's going after Europe. He's doing what he's doing. And then he decided, you know what, let's roll into Russia and deal with them. And the Russians largely are the ones, they're the ones who ended up taking Berlin, who got Hitler's body. You know, they beat the hell out of him once they got their footing. So my point is, don't open up a front if you can't handle it.
Well, she can't.
Kamala Harris opened up a front yesterday that I cannot believe. I don't know how anyone advised her to do this. And that front was, she ended up tweeting out, and she ended up talking about it a number of different times, black men deserve a president who cares about making their lives better. Now, she talked about, here are the loans we're going to provide you, and here's how we're going to make marijuana recreational. She talked about this in a number of tweets and a number of interviews, and it only takes about 30 seconds to have the discussion. Wait a minute, you made your name prosecuting 1,800 cases of low-end marijuana use in San Francisco. You locked away 1,500 people. That's who you decided to prosecute. And then you are under the issue of having kept black men in prison longer than they should have been, so that the state basically had slave labor to take care of fields or take care of sidewalks or take care of roadsides. That's your legacy. And you actually thought the idea was to say we should decriminalize marijuana? You made your name off of criminalizing marijuana.
It doesn't
Why would you open up that front?
That was gold.
But it doesn't matter to her, because whatever the situation calls for, that's what she's going to be in favor of.
But the problem is, the people that know this and who bring it up the most are black men.
Sure. And you see it all over social media, man. You can find account after account, video after video, men just talking, black men specifically, just talking about this one topic. But she was brave enough to ease into it, probably hoping that nobody would. She probably felt like she was on The View and nobody was going to ask the follow-up.
Hitler was dumb enough to open up the Eastern Front. Kamala Harris was dumb enough to open up this front, where her biggest weakness is with what she did as a prosecutor to predominantly young black men in California. And young black men went, oh, so now it's not criminal.
I want to see, though, if it translates. When 96% of the news media is leftist and are not reporting this stuff, they're not talking about it. Now, you can't stop it from being discussed on Twitter, or now called X. So how many people does it actually get to? How many people actually hear the message?
Well, that's going to be the hard part, is actually hearing the message. I'd hope that, it gets shared enough that people do pick it up on social media. I thought what True Love, the rapper, said yesterday, and it's different than the marijuana, talk, but it's about jailing black men.
Being jailed and falsely accused.
And falsely accused. Yeah. And the fact that Kamala Harris laughed when he approached her and said, you understand, you put me away for something I never did, and she laughed about it. And he spent some of his life in prison. I'm glad that he was upset about it.
10 plus years.
But I do think that there are certain people, Charlamagne the God, whether you like it or not, his show is going to bring a lot of attention to this. I mean, I thought his questions yesterday were very good.
Yeah.
And pushed her on things, and she sounded like, Kamala Harris, a complete idiot when it came to dealing with those people, bumbling through it. And I think that's where it's going to be, because there are a lot of, look, we've seen so many different rappers come out, even 50 Cent. I know it's been quiet, but people start to investigate what those little things that a 50 Cent will say, that a True Love says, that certain
some
people...
Waka Flocka Flame, don't forget him.
Some Waka Flocka Flame, yeah, absolutely. So I think that will go further than, me on Twitter, a guy in overalls in my profile picture, but I think you'll get more from True Love than other rappers.
12:34 yesterday. You don't tweet out, no one should go to jail for smoking weed, when you made your career as a DA on marijuana prosecutions.
But I will say, I think Rhino brings up a good point in Charlamagne the God does bring credibility to the discussion. He has an audience of people that can hear him, where you can You can silence it everywhere else. I don't know that you can there. And the fact that he was courageous is not the right word, but professional enough to actually bring it up. Because, and maybe it's because she needs him so much more than he needs her. You know what I mean? She wants to get on that show to be able to address his audience. He doesn't need her on the show have that audience.
He has credibility with the audience. She does not.
That's right.
And I still think about what Tulsi Gabbard did to her on the debate stage back in 2020 was to bring up this very situation of how many people you put in prison for minor marijuana abuses. And that was the end of her campaign. She bowed out within 48 hours after that. That was the end of it. It was over. There was nothing she could say. Like, again, this is Hitler going in to Russia. Like, you opened up a front that there's no victory on. You actually brought up the one thing that when it comes to the African-American black community that makes them more angry than anything else, which is you locked people down and you kept them in prison longer than they should have been so that your state had slave labor.
You opened up your own Achilles heel.
And by the way,
take it.
That's when it turns into, oh, she's Indian.
Oh, right. Janet Jackson says that.
Telling you, that's when it kicks in where it's like, oh, wait. No. She was the first Indian female senator. And that's what she was when she was locking down black men in California.
Yeah.
And keeping them in there longer than they should have been.
I think it's easy for Kamala to skate through most of the time. And then anytime there's a road bump, a speed bump, then everything gets the spotlight treatment. And I'm glad, but I just don't know. I don't know how many people it actually gets to. And I think that's my closing thought on everything. Charlamagne the God does open it up, but I don't know how many people are actually getting the message. Maybe it's more than I expect. Maybe I'm glass half empty in this because I don't trust that people are going to tell the truth. I don't trust that the news media is going to report on things the way they actually happen.
You and I are going to a barbershop. We're going to have this discussion.
Yeah, no, I love it.
And you know what's going to happen? You're going to be so amazed by the amount of men that go, yeah, I thought about voting for her, but did she really lock down all those men in California?
Yeah, I've seen it on social media.
Yeah, it's
but
out there.
Social media oftentimes is not reality, you know? You see it and it gets amplified because you've watched a video and then they feed you more of the same thing. So I just don't want my own view to get warped, to get skewed the way that it can sometimes. One thing I know for sure that Americans also agree with is that Donald Trump is better for the economy than Joe Biden has been or Kamala Harris will be. That is certain. You can see it in the polling. Donald Trump runs away with that topic. Also the border too. But the economy, because that touches every one of us. You can't hide, you can hide the discussion about Kamala locking black men up and then asking for their vote and pandering to them. You can hide that a certain amount. The economy, you can't because you go to the grocery store and the gas station.
Yeah, I mean, you see it every single day. And I think, that's just one reminder about where we were 4 years ago. And I think Donald Trump did a good job in 2019 explaining that this is what the Democrats' plans are, and this is where you will be if Joe Biden wins this election. And sure enough, everything that he said came true. Now you go back to a record, and you can go back to 2020 if you want, but even go back to 2019 before the pandemic, then all of a sudden you're going to look and say, hey, this thing was humming along. We were moving. We didn't have high inflation. We didn't have that. When surveyed, over 45% of the people surveyed said that Donald Trump is the best for the economy, and they trust him with their personal finances and their personal living habits more than they do Kamala Harris. That's the reason Kamala Harris wouldn't go yesterday to talk about her economic policy in front of Bloomberg and their editor-in-chief. Even a friendly interview like that, by the way, Bloomberg is very friendly to Kamala Harris. We know who Mayor Bloomberg was.
Sure. Yeah.
She wouldn't even go and sit there in a friendly audience because she doesn't have an economic policy. If she were to, Carlos, I guarantee it would be 80% of Americans approve of Donald Trump over her. I think it would double if she sat there.
Well, that room is asking for one thing, clarity. Because the only thing that ever makes...
Because it's all CEOs in there.
Yes, the only thing that ever startles the market is when you have emergency, indecision, no clear path. Because once you know what the path is, even if it's wrong, everyone can make adjustments off of that. We'll start moving money around to different funds, different allocations, and you can kind of ride out whatever's happening, even if you're dealing with, whether it's a bull or bear market. The fact that she provides no direction is the problem for that room. And so there's no way she could ever go in there and continue to speak in circles.
I would say the same thing about Joe Rogan, that podcast, because it's rumored that Trump's going on, and it's rumored that Kamala is going on.
He said it on another podcast that he is going on that podcast. So that
you're talking about Trump.
We'll see. Right. Donald Trump brought it up. Yep. That he was going on. I'm trying to remember what the name of the podcast that he was on 2 days ago, where they asked him about it. And these are guys that they all met through UFC. So that was the reason why the tie-in to Joe Rogan, obviously, luminary within the UFC, is when he then confirmed that he was going on that podcast. The question then became, is Kamala Harris, given that her staff has looked into it, would she actually pull the trigger on having to go on to the Joe Rogan podcast and speak extemporaneously for 2 to 3 hours?
Yeah, Forbes has an article out saying both may appear. And the funny thing is that Joe Rogan's going to do the same thing to Kamala Harris as the Economic Forum would have done to her, except it's not going to be an hour or 90 minutes or whatever that ended up being with Trump yesterday. This is going to be 3 hours. If she can't talk with any sort of intelligence about anything, and I believe she can't, 3 hours will be the nail in the coffin. Let me advise her. She would never take advice from me. But let me advise her, do not go on the Joe Rogan podcast if you're Kamala Harris. Horrible idea.
We do 20 hours of radio a week. If we were phony about what we believed in or what we thought about in certain scenarios, like you can look at us and say, okay, well, you're wrong. That's fine. I'm completely cool with that.
I get it wrong a lot.
But you will not be able to say I'm not well researched and I'm not prepared to talk. The problem ends up being is that she doesn't really research. That's what her staff always brings up. Right. She doesn't research, she's
never
general. They always say this. The reason why she's had 90% of her staff leave at different times is because they're always frustrated with how lazy she's been because she's never had to really grind it out for it.
It's always been handed to her. And it's showing up now.
It's showing up now.
We saw it last night. She just can't handle it. She cannot handle it. And, we're goofing about it a little bit, but this is serious, man. This woman could be the leader of the free freaking world. Hey, so, though we're, making light of it a little bit, we have to be really dialed in. You have to vote. Everybody has to vote. You have to talk to people about voting. If you care about this nation, you will. It's as simple as that. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. We're on the air until 10. And then the Glenn Beck program, Clay and Buck, the biggest show in all of media, the conservative media anyway, local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder 3 until 6. To speak or not to speak, the future of political campaigning will be the topic next on the Morning Extra.
Tuesday the 5th, we decide the future of America. And Extra 106.3 is live and commercial-free all night with unmatched coverage of the 2024 presidential election.
Trust Extra 106.3 to be the voice you need right now.
The entire Extra staff is live starting after the Kimmer Show at 6 p.m. with Tug, Rhino, Los, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder all live together on the air, live on YouTube, and streaming on the Extra app. Plus some of the biggest local and national voices sounding in on the results in real time, including the Talkmaster Neil Bortz, Janelle and Calvin King, Joey Jones, and many more. The best election night conversation and your calls all night until a winner is declared. All live on the Extra 106.3 app, streaming live on YouTube and over the air on the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, the Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
D. Geller & Son Jewelers is celebrating 85 years in Atlanta this month. It's been an honor to be your hometown family jeweler since 1939. Founded as the South's first diamond and jewelry wholesaler, D. Geller & Son brings those quality standards and that unbeatable pricing to the comfort of your neighborhood jewelry store. D. Geller & Son is still 100% family-owned and operated, and we love our community. That's why we have trained jewelers you can trust in every store for professional, reliable service on site. It's why we have Atlanta's best lifetime care plan for free, covering everything from ring sizing to diamond upgrades. And most importantly, it's why we're committed to find or design the perfect piece of jewelry for your most special moments. No matter the budget, you can be confident D. Geller & Son Jewelry is the best quality and value you can find. It's going to last, and they're going to love it. There's no jeweler in Atlanta like D. Geller & Son, and that's why we've been Atlanta's most trusted jeweler since 1939. Come celebrate 85 years with us in Atlanta, Kennesaw, or Sandy Springs, and read our story online at dgeller.com.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Extra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Extra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
I'd love to know your thoughts on Kamala Harris's performance last night that you saw during the Bret Baier program, the Bret Baier interview on Fox News Channel. 404-741-1230. Was there anything that you took away that was a positive? Anything? Was there anything that we've missed so far in the show this morning that we should talk about? Love your input there. 404-741-1230. Kamala Harris has basically run the Biden basement campaign. And yet, this time, it's not worked. She's not able or capable of talking in front of people. And that is going to be analyzed probably to no end, Los, and in the future of every candidate's campaign.
Yeah, this is going to change. We've had candidates where they've been able to speak off the cuff. They've been able to jump off of prompter and basically have those small human moments. And I'll liken it to this. So when we did have the town hall for Donald Trump, and I have a friend of the show, Trisha Hoyes. She got an invite. She was there on the front row. She got an invite. And when I asked her, for the women that got a chance to ask questions, how was it set up? And she just said they just wrote down their questions and they went up and asked their question. I asked her, was it staged at all? Were any of the stuff? And as far as she knew, she was like, no, it was strictly, I'm going to ask a question. Trump doesn't know what it is, and he's just going to talk. This is the difference, I believe, in these campaigns. One is so manicured versus the other one is I can actually jump off of prompter and be real. So take a listen. This is a piece of audio. This is a handful of what you've had Kamala Harris doing across the country. And by the way, even her hand movements are staged. When she talks about abortion, she's been told to put your hands over your heart. Okay, when you talk about certain things about fighting, make sure you put both hands in the air. Take a listen to what she sounds like when she is doing this canned speech around the country.
One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs
Yes, you do.
to agree the government shouldn't be telling her what to do. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs
Yes, you
to
do.
agree the government should not be telling her what to do. What I call an opportunity economy, so that every American has an opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, and to start a business. So every American has the opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, to start a small business.
That's unreal, man. And that's why I figured I would, jump in with it. Yes, you do, because she's repeating herself so much. I figured I should probably repeat myself just the way she did. But to your point, Los, one of the ladies that stood up in Cumming at the town hall with Trump, she had broken her neck, and she was up there, and she was so nervous. You could see her. She was trembling. She was shaking. She was so nervous about being there. And Trump just says, hey, it's okay.
Yeah.
Just what's on your mind? And then he even came back and was like, you have a lovely speaking voice. Just to, again, to make her feel more comfortable. And she went in and talked about her story about breaking her neck and not being able to afford child care that was $1,400 there where she lives in Cumming. And when she had broken her neck, she couldn't go to work. She was, she obviously had lost income. Mm-hmm. And he was like, you know what? Ivanka has driven me crazy when I was president, and to this day, she's driving me crazy about making it easier for families to have children in America. And it was completely off. No one would plan that out. If you were manicuring it, Rhino, like they do and Los presented with Kamala, it wouldn't have went that way.
No, it wouldn't. And that's the off-the-cuff kind of attitude people like about Donald Trump. Despite the, rhetoric that he does throw out there or the name calling that they get all upset about, the man is genuine. The man cares about the American people. The man cares about people in general. And that's the scary part to Kamala, which is why, and the Democrats, which is why they have to make up this Hitler-like figure in him.
The boogeyman thing.
Yeah, they want to make him look bad because they don't want the stories about him and the tire change story where he paid off, a black man's mortgage. They don't want that story out there. They want to paint him in a certain picture. But the reality of it is, when he stands up because there's a medical emergency, look what the left says. Oh, look at him. He's just dancing and, he lost his train of thought. He had a senior moment. They are so obsessed with trying to paint this guy in a bad picture that when people actually see the human side of him, that's when they fall for him and say, hey, this is not the guy that they point out to me on mainstream media. This is a guy who actually cares and may have some really good ideas, and I think he does.
Trump bounces from one foot to the next. He reads the room. He gets the temperature. And again, he's not always right, like when he's going with the Gavin Newsom and the moderator's like, oh, my God, grab my pearls. Then the rest of the room's laughing about it. He's like, no, I can say that. Look how they treat me. This is the fun that he's having during this. To watch Kamala Harris and to see the struggle of when you are challenged, and at no point does she ever seize the high ground. She always then went back to, it's Donald Trump's fault. Well, hold on. You're in charge. You're the vice president. Like, you're supposed to seize the high ground and be able to explain as to here's what happened and here's why. I think Trump is largely, when he's getting in these rooms, he's seizing the high ground as, I've been president. I took care of you before. I'm going to do it again.
Yeah.
I liken it to this because I love college football. We all do. Like, I call Auburn.
Auburn, yeah.
Specifically to my Auburn friends. I know, right? But they know what I like, and I tell them, I'm like, I'll never call them Auburn because that would be respectful. I call them Auburn. And I do the same thing with Alabama. I call them Abalama.
What are you, some make Georgia great again kind of candidate?
I'm an extremist for sure.
You're a
right. But I do. I call them Abalama and Auburn. Oof. And
God, I hate to hear what you call Florida.
Yeah, that's right. You used to call them the University of George, but that's the thing. Like, it's all the big goof, right?
Yeah.
And they come back and they're like, well, can you please get your kids out of jail so they can play football? It's like
but that's fun. The other side is just unhinged. You're having fun, and it's okay.
And look, I know this is not as serious as running the free world, but I do think there's overlap there, and I think that's what Donald Trump is doing because it's almost like a goof. It's a gag. You're talking about such heavy topics. You make it a little bit lighter. And maybe I'm wrong about it, but that's what I hear. Because in the beginning, y'all, I didn't. I was like, oh my God, quit doing that. But as you've gotten to know him more, it feels very similar to what I do with my college football teams.
Politics are so, I'm used to mudslinging. I mean, it's been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. Nothing's new. Now, do terms change? Do things get a little bit deeper? Do you have to be a little bit more edgy? All the time. So all those things have always just kind of went, by the side of my head, over my head, don't care. What I'm zoning in on when I'm looking at a candidate, no matter what side it is how do they deal with the economy? What are their plans for the border? What are their plans to keep my family safe? How do I succeed and become prosperous in a country that I can earn anything I want based on my merit? That's what I look for in a candidate. So when you say these names, it doesn't matter to me. So I'm looking for information on how you're going to do this. Kamala Harris never offers me that. Donald Trump does. Every single time he's on the stage, he's telling you, this is what I'm going to do. Executive order. We're not going to allow men to beat up on women in sports. We're going to make an executive order. Now, their chances are that, of course, the Democrats will fight it, tie it up in lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. But he gave me a good answer right there. Kamala Harris yesterday on Brett Baier didn't give me an answer except for go to my website. A bunch of people wrote a bunch of policies on there. I don't know what they are really because I can't talk to you about them right now. But you should go there and look. Otherwise, Trump is bad. Hitler.
I have 76 pages, and it's been looked at by Nobel laureates and Wall Street Journal, and they think it's good.
Yeah.
All right, well then explain how you plan to implement this. This is no different. And here's now what we've seen during this cycle with her. She's trying to play the game of, I'm a woman, don't question me. If you do, well, there's something wrong with you. But when you ask about details, it always falls back to, well, these people say I'm right. You just need to look into it for yourself. Well, no, your job is to explain it.
She brought it up a bunch of times, too, kind of in that same vein, Lo. So when she said, well, I had so many Republicans and so many people in past administrations and so many people in the intel community that are backing me that used to back Donald Trump, and now they've changed sides. And I couldn't help but thinking, is that the same people that told you the Hunter Biden laptop wasn't real? Is that the same 51 people? Are you referring to how many of those people are overlapping? Because I bet it's a bunch.
Yeah, look, this is one of those things that you can have advisors. You can have economic advisors. I have no problem with that. They could tell you their ideas. They could tell you why it would work. Your job as president is you have to be able to comprehend it and then explain it to the American people. She can't do that. When she was asked about Biden's health care yesterday, what did she do? She went back to the campaigning thing of, and that's the idea. When Los tells you this is new campaigning, listen to the cult-like thing in the audio. That's a cult-like thing. Get your cult to repeat after you. Just keep repeating after you. That's why Glenn Waltz does it. Tim Waltz does. Repeat after me. Turn the page. Turn the page. We're going to turn the page. We're going to turn the page on 3 or 4 years of one of the worst president-vice president combos ever.
Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. I just don't know how many people, to be honest with you, are going to see it. Because with like
We're
X,
too divided
right?
now.
I feel like that, and you've already started
Our
voting.
media, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. But there's so many people that have either A, already voted, or B, made up their mind. But it's not like anyone outside of Fox News Channel is going to use any of that.
No.
You think that's going to end up on MSNBC or
No, it's just going to be confrontational. Brett Baier sits
CNN.
down with Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
That's my
from
fear,
their
is
side.
that not enough people actually get to see it, Lowe's.
But, and this is the big but on this thing, Fox's audience does draw the largest amount of independent voters.
They touted that last night.
Of any network that has been historically true for the better part of 20 years. The people that are independent go to Fox in the interest of just try and give me something a little bit more balanced. And so if that's what you got, and you weren't sure,
you're voting Trump.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. The Fox News disaster featuring Kamala Harris. The conversation continues after a Fox News update here on the Morning Xtra. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. Free speech is like a pressure cooker and the valves on the pressure cooker. If you start shutting off all the places that the valves are, guess what happens?
Well, that's why we have the other amendment, like the second one, so we can keep our guns. I mean, seriously, that's what they do when they shut you up and then try to get your guns, and they'll never get to stage 2.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Its technology is not just intelligent, it's thoughtful. Its cabin is not only spacious, but sensuous and stylish. It's indulgent, yet versatile. Meet the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLC 300 SUV. With its electrified performance, it can energize you with every drive. Experience the 2025 GLC 300 SUV and lease one today for just $559 per month for 36 months with 4802 due at signing exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through October 31st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
Fox News anchor Brett Baier was relentless in his interview with Kamala Harris last night, again and again pressing her on the subject of immigration. And at times, they were just talking over each other. She tried to sort of filibuster, but she got what she wanted out of this interview. The vice president showing great passion and at times appearing to stand up to Fox News. There were questions she didn't want to answer, and when she did that, she would turn into questions about Donald Trump, diminished, mentally unstable, willing to use the military against what he calls domestic enemies. Questions she didn't want to answer: does she still support taxpayer-supported transgender surgery? Had she not seen any signs of Joe Biden's mental decline? But on balance, it was a smart thing for her to go on Fox News, reach cable's largest audience, and deal with a contentious interview. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
The road to the White House runs through TV. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency.
Vice President Harris in an interview with Fox's Brett Baier.
You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
From the last decade, in which we have been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country.
The pressed on record illegal immigration. The vice president said the system has been broken for years.
And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources
Now, in a Fox News poll, Harris is now trailing the former president by 2 points. A month ago, the vice president led Trump by 2, and Fox's Brooke Singman reports.
New Fox News polls also show voters prefer former President Donald Trump to handle this immigration issue over Harris by 15 points. Meanwhile, Trump slammed the Biden-Harris administration's border policies at a Univision town hall.
We're going to turn it around. But we want people to come in, but we don't want murderers.
At that Trump town hall in Miami, the former president also called January 6, 2021 a day of love when he addressed a protest just before the Capitol riots.
They asked me to speak. I went and I spoke, and I used the term peacefully and patriotically.
The U.S. has hit the Houthi militants who've been attacking ships in and around the Red Sea for months.
Long-range B-2 stealth bombers have hit 5 underground storage locations in Yemen. They were being used by the Houthis, an Iran-backed rebel group that controls large parts of the country. A senior U.S. official tells Fox these airstrikes were a response to the Houthis' year-long destabilizing behavior.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. More Americans are getting student loan debt wiped away this morning. The Biden administration says they've topped 1 million borrowers with debts forgiven, despite the Supreme Court blocking the president's much bigger plan. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, if you're in the market for a rifle, a shotgun, or a revolver, you definitely want to go with the best in the business. And as far as I'm concerned, that's only one place, Henry Repeating Arms. You're going to be amazed by the quality craftsmanship, the buttery smooth action. It makes them a pleasure to shoot. Every one of my Henrys accurate right out of the box. They've all been reliable ever since. Now, the best way to learn about Henry's 200 models, just go to their website. It's one word, henryusa.com. You'll get a free catalog. They'll send you free decals, a list of dealers where you are, and they have a great newsletter as well. And they showcase their made-in-America firearms. Henrys are backed by a lifetime warranty, 100% satisfaction. Made in America, not made at all. That simple. And if you have questions, you can call their award-winning customer service department. Speak with an expert that will help you. Make sure you go to henryusa.com, get your free catalog, free decals, a list of dealers where you are, henryusa.com, a great American company.
This is Tucker Carlson, and you're listening to The Morning Xtra with Tug, Rhino, and Los on Extra 106.3.
Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. Anything you've missed during the show, if you missed Neil Bortz and his commentary, those are all available on the Extra 106.3 app. Morning to you. Appreciate you being here. 404-741-1230 is the number if you'd like to discuss the Kamala Harris disaster that went down on Fox News Channel, because that's what we're going to talk about this morning for quite a bit. I mean, describe it any other way. I can't.
I joked around about this last night a little bit, and then even this morning. Rhino, has there ever been a scenario where the show has been going so well for you that management comes in and go, "You're dominating so hard, I'm pulling you off the air"?
Never.
Because if we're doing that well, they let us roll. Right, the idea that the left actually has it, like she was doing so great, like that her staff pulled her out of the interview. That never happens, especially with an audience you want to talk to.
With 30 to 35 minutes scheduled, and you show up 15 minutes late, and then you pull as quick as possible. I mean, that's pulling the ripcord. That's what that is. That's getting out of an emergency situation. They threw in the white towel. This is going to go down just as bad for her as Joe Biden did when he debated Donald Trump. This was a complete disaster for Kamala Harris. If there were any bright spots in there, I'd say, at least she sat there and kind of, got a little aggressive and showed that, like, she has a little bit of aggressiveness, but otherwise it was bad aggressiveness. It wasn't like she was going, "You know what, Brett? You're wrong on this point, and I'll tell you why." It was, well, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? I mean, no. Nobody knew what you were talking about.
And the strategy, and I'm sorry to cut you off.
You're good.
The strategy is so wonky. And the reason I say that, and I use that term, is because I think if you went in front of the American people, especially if you went in front of a Republican audience, that there are times when, hey, they're not always on board with Trump, and an independent audience. And if you were to have the situation where Brett Baier starts bringing up the executive orders and what they did on day one to reverse some of Donald Trump's policies at the border, I think if she was to basically say, yeah, that was a mistake that was made by the president with executive orders, and I would re-implement those. Now, she might be lying to you, but I think the American people would say, wow, this woman does think differently than just the typical Joe Biden administration. I think people would have room for that, and she never goes down that road.
Saying you're sorry has real value.
Sure.
I think it for anybody. When somebody comes up to you and says, man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And they show you that they actually care what you think. They have respect for who you are and will say sorry. It moves the needle. And I think you're spot on with that, Los, because I think that would move the needle greatly. And she would talk to those people that very, very few, what is it? They say 6%. I bet it's not even that much of undecided voters. I bet it would move the needle with those people. And yet she would never, ever. I don't even think she would consider saying I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It doesn't seem like it's part of her vernacular. It doesn't seem like it's part of who she is or where she comes from. When I was being raised up by my mom and daddy, if you did something wrong, you said you're sorry. If you didn't, you got your tail spanked. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like there were consequences for not showing contrition, not being thoughtful in your behavior.
She doesn't care about any of those families or any of those women or anything else. And she always goes back to, the left will play the game of, well, it's illegal aliens don't commit that many crimes, or they're not criminals, and blah, 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 blah. They just want to vilify them. Then she goes in and goes, well, I prosecuted all those criminals that came here illegally. Well, which is it? Are there people coming here illegally? Are they criminals? Who are you prosecuting then? The whole thing is just a flip-flop on her side of trying to avoid the actual truth. She didn't care about those families. She made it clear. Oh, I feel so, it was so fake to me yesterday. If you cared, in the past 3.5 years, you would have actually done something about the border, and you didn't.
There's a simple way in order to say that Joe Biden is wrong and I would be a different president. And it doesn't even require an I'm sorry, or it doesn't require, lighting Joe on fire about these things. If you ask the question, as Brett Baer was doing, and if she simply said, the executive orders are an exclusive right of the president under the Constitution, and some of them I would need to relook at and I would reinstitute based when I am president. That's saying he screwed it up. It's on him. Look what he caused. And only he's the one who could have caused them. I couldn't have caused those. I don't have executive order authority. Yet, for some reason, her staff doesn't think about these things. She doesn't think about these things. There's ways to go about it, and it was a wasted opportunity for her yesterday.
It's because they're all at each other's throat. We already know that. Axios, which is a leftist outlet owned by the same parent company as the AJC, they are reporting that the staff is in turmoil.
Yeah, well.
And which is not surprising.
That's not surprising for Kamala Harris. Half her staff left early.
92% of her staff?
92% of her staff is
and they say she's never prepared. She's always combative, much like she was last night in that interview. So when you saw that, that's what her staff is dealing with on a daily basis right now. That's why 92% of them leave.
You only get defensive when you have something that you need to defend and you can't. I mean, that's what defensive is, and that's the way she
you see
acted.
It with kids a lot. Children do it all the time.
But that's who they are. They're children. The entire left acts like children. They don't get their way, they cry, and then they just throw a tantrum and then call you names. That's what this left is today. They don't give you answers. She didn't give me an answer on the border. She didn't give me an answer on the economy. She just points and distracts and then gets all defensive about it. Oh, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? No. Let's sit down and talk about it. And then you can't. That's a big problem, and that's why her staff is kind of reeling and throwing in white towels and calling it and saying, we got to keep... They didn't want her out here. She's never on Fox News, Carlos, if she's leading or has a 3 or 4% lead.
No, there's no reason to unless she's trailing, and I think that's pretty clear to everybody. There is a distinct possibility of she even loses the popular vote. Yeah. One of the things that jumped out to me was for all the talk about the 92% of the staff and saying that not only is she ill-prepared, but then she's also angry. That's one thing we haven't seen on the campaign trail until last night, where we saw the teeth come out, the frustration of not being able to articulate what your point is when you don't go along exactly with Kamala Harris is what she's bringing up. Then you saw that anger come out. And it felt so ridiculous in that it's almost if I was to try and ask, like, for instance, Tug, hey, man, what time are we finishing up the show today? I don't know. Wait a minute. That was not a difficult question or a difficult point, you know?
No, the one shining moment, if they even had one, I mentioned this last hour, it was when she said, my administration wouldn't be a continuation of Joe Biden's. Yet, in that, she went back and said that everything that Joe Biden did, she would have done.
That's great.
Yeah, right. Everything's terrific. And so I'm just meaning for clipping out one piece of that to produce an ad with, they will be able to do. The one quote that I think stands out to me the very most, the one that I think will come back to haunt her like no other, is when she says, you got to take responsibility for what's going on in your administration.
Mm-hmm.
That one. Wow, did that one open up a lot of doors? Because you were part of the administration that said Joe Biden was, what did they say yesterday? Riding unicycles and juggling knives.
Yeah.
He was doing so good.
He's doing so well.
So does that mean you're responsible for that?
Yes.
Because the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Immigration being completely a disaster. Are you responsible for that? If you're responsible for your administration, the answer is yes. Dude, that is the domino that will keep falling.
Yeah, the reality is you can't sit and talk about the border and say, no one's illegal. Don't call them aliens. Their entire bill, by the way, is alien, illegal. But the distraction out in front of the media is you can't call them that. But that's their belief that we shouldn't have borders. They've said it so many times. So take responsibility for what you said. Take responsibility for what Mayorkas is doing. When Donald Trump, and he continually says this throughout every rally, they won't fire anyone. Even when they're doing a bad job, that says you do not take responsibility for the actions of your administration. You do not take care of the people who aren't doing right. Unless it's like, I guess, and Donald Trump's a little wrong there, and the left would be like, he's a liar. They fired Britain. That's it. Only because he got criminally charged. Yeah. And we're like, okay, I guess we have to now. Yeah, this is the fifth time he stole a suitcase from a woman at an airport. Maybe we should get rid of this man. That's the only time they ever fired anybody. They didn't even reprimand Mayorkas for what's coming over the border, the amount of fentanyl, the amount of deaths that we've had, Lake and Riley. They haven't even been reprimanded.
So they talk about this when it comes to the analysts. They bring up how, behind closed doors, Joe Biden gets after people. I'm like, good. That's what he should be doing. Yeah. Donald Trump, he's stern with his staff when it comes to, good. That's what you're supposed to be. But when it comes to being in public, you're not supposed to lose your cool. Donald Trump, you'll see those moments where he'll slow everything down, and he might be more stern, but he's not more animated. Take a listen to the difference here. This is Kamala Harris as now she's flustered. Now she's angry that you're not going along with what she's saying. And listen to how she starts to get more belligerent. Take a listen.
Talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United States, in the United States of America, should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it.
Never said that, by the way.
She was gnashing her teeth, though.
Never said that.
You're right.
Gnashing her teeth, and now she's moving her hands around, and she's popping up and down in her seat. It was completely different.
You could see, like, her back teeth. She was growling so bad. I mean, like, you could see and that's how you know she was so pissed.
Because nobody's believing her. That's why she's mad, because people are tired of, she threw out the whole suckers and losers lie and the hoax and all the debunked hoaxes. Nobody's believing you, and she's frustrated, so she's grinding her teeth. Trump never said he's going to lock up people who disagree with him. Trump never said he's turning the military on American people. What he said is sometimes we need to get the National Guard when a bunch of leftists burn down buildings in Portland. We need to get them in there to protect the American citizens. That's totally different from turning on American citizens. You want to talk about turning on American citizens? We could talk about it with J6 and play the same game every single day, going and hunting them down with the FBI in their homes.
They actually
Who
did
the
it.
heck are you talking to? You put up billboards in states looking for people who took pictures while invited into the Capitol, and you're talking about militarizing against them? Stop it. But when they don't believe her, look how upset she gets. Look how defensive she gets, because she's lying and no one's believing her lies.
They over and over again yesterday, it was just a part of the media discussion, and with 96% of the media being liberal, it was focused on Donald Trump. At the rally, when two people fell down, and you hear him call for a doctor.
Yeah.
And they talked about, Don Lemon went on and on about his mental decline. I mean, it was everywhere. And yet, Kamala Harris was asked about mental decline and was not able to answer it with Brett Baer. I love the fact that he brought it up, because it deserves to be discussed.
significance
You
of that?
call Donald Trump, he's misguided. You say now
He's
unstable.
He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Uh-oh. What?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
You talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out. Even
can we stop these lies? Stop that. Stop it.
But
Stop
it's
it.
so funny that
we
she
already heard the
says
part.
Has.
Yeah.
She says has, meaning still does. Right?
Yeah.
That's what he has, the mental faculties. He has the ability to do the things that he is tasked to do as president. She says has as if it's happening right now. We all know that's not the case.
We know that's not the case. And Carlos, I think the important part about that is she tries to distract. Well, Trump's on the ballot. Yeah, but Trump doesn't have the mental problem. He's been crushing you left and right. The reality of it is this. You can't say things about Trump and then say for the 3.5 years that you were running this country, you are charged with being the most important person, second most important person, to making sure that Americans are safe. And you're saying that Donald Trump's on the ballot and he's not going to keep Americans safe, but you allowed this to happen for 3.5 years, never spoke up, and then lied about it. That's the important part about it that she wants to avoid.
This is not a gotcha question.
Right.
This is a question that should have been asked well before this campaign. This is the only one that Joe Rogan ever brings up that if he ever interviewed her, he'd want to know, when did you know? This is not a gotcha question. And it took Brett Baier calming her down to turn it into, yes, you called Trump this. You said he's unfit. You said he's unstable. And she's like, yeah, I did. I've done all those things.
Yeah,
and then the verbal pause when he goes, so why when this happened? And she just sits there and she's like, oh, hell.
She said,
and you can count it.
Joe Biden is.
Like, can we roll that back
just
to
hit
hear
the pause.
the
Run that
You can
part.
hear the panic in her as she pauses there for a moment.
Because as he cues that up, because when you ask that question, you're right, it's not a gotcha question. It's an integrity question. That's what it's about. Do you have the integrity to say the tough things that need to be said? And the answer for her is no, she didn't. Here's the pause.
That ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
Joe
4
Biden.
Joe Biden.
Oval Office.
Yeah.
There's that pause of, oh my God, I thought you were going down this road, and now you asked me the one question that I have managed to have no one else, because probably through stipulation, when it came to the interview she granted, do not ask me about Joe Biden's mental health.
What? How many Mississippi did you get to?
4.
4 Mississippi. And think about that. That's what that is in that pause, and we all know it, is, oh my God, how do I say this? Oh my God, how do I say this? Because that's all she was trying to figure out. How do I spin this? And how do I lie now? How do I lie my way out of this? That's what that was. Kamala Harris is a liar. She's been set up. I thought it was interesting that she went, Joe Biden, as she continued on in that, is an experiment. I mean, is experience. Is an experiment. Yeah, all of you are an experiment on what you can do to change this country into a socialist, communist dictatorship, because that's what you're doing. You're an installed candidate that has no idea how to fix this.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We'll knock out the headlines when we come back. And the 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Perception is reality oftentimes. And the Democrats are losing the perception game. That discussion next on Extra 106.3. Your calls at 404-741-1230.
Fan and Extra 106.3 are proud to salute all those who've served our great nation at our 2024 Veterans Day Golf Classic. Friday, November 8th at Heritage Golf Links. Join all your favorite fan and extra personalities for a day of golf, prizes, and fun. All benefiting our friends at the Warrior Alliance. Special thanks to Beaver Toyota of Cumming, Harris Cherokee Casino, Corona, Scana Energy, Window Traditions, Two-Way Radio Gear, Panther Plumbing, and Zero FG Energy Drink.
It's Tug. When you woke up this morning, it was 37 degrees outside. I've been scrolling on Twitter, now known as X, and people are like, oh my God, I'm going to turn the AC on. This one dude said, or the heat on rather. This one dude said, I finally cracked. I finally broke. Things are in bad shape.
That's why I'm sick. We turned it on for the first time last night.
And it's kicking up all the dead skin and all the. Did it stink? Because that's what it usually does.
Yeah,
in
nasty.
the house. Exactly right. Poor Joey, not feeling well, but he's working through it. As we head toward this colder season of weather, which I'm no fan of, make sure that your heating works and works well, because the time you spend in your house should not make you sick. Joe shouldn't be experiencing this, and you don't have to, because with central heating and air conditioning, they're going to come out and do the maintenance, turn on the heater, make sure everything's working, and everything is all cleaned out. Plus, they also can make sure that the air in your home is healthy and fresh and clean, allergen-free, with proper ventilation. They have all kinds of techniques and equipment to do just that. It helps a lot with allergies. Ask them about it when you call about a maintenance agreement or a new Carrier system at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now the security riddle of the day. When times get tough, where do you keep your stuff? Answer, in a quality safe from the Safe House, of course. Don't go to a big box store and get a fake safe. That would be as effective as Joe Biden's fake border policy. For over 30 years, the Safe House has been providing the best quality safes on the market. Brands like Browning, Fort Knox, and Champion. And with the largest selection of safes on display in Georgia, we're confident we can help you pick the right safe to fit your needs. So drop by our huge showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services. But you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Hey, are you paying crazy rates for your health insurance? Call Doug Moore at 770-697-0100. Your health insurance cost shouldn't look like a house payment. Are you tired of having things not covered, like doctor visits, labs, etc.? Doug can help, so call him at 770-697-0100. Doug sells all forms of health insurance. His plans have no deductibles, and you don't have to switch doctors. If you're paying too much for health insurance, Doug can help. He has over 20 years experience. You can go to his website and request a quote. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. That's yourchoicehealthplan.net or call his cell phone at 770-697-0100. Doug can make a plan that you will be able to use. Call 770-697-0100 and he can help. Or go to his website to request a quote, yourchoicehealthplan.net, and contact him. Doug says don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net and he can bring rates down. 770-697-0100.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning, Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, October 16th. Records were set in Georgia yesterday as over 300,000 voters turned out for early voting in the 2024 presidential election. The Secretary of State's office reported that this number surpasses the 136,000 who voted early in 2020. Former President Donald Trump had a busy day in Georgia, ending with a rally in Cobb County. Trump sat down with Fox News anchor Harris Faulkner in Cumming for a women's-only town hall, which is set to air today at 11 a.m. He later capped off the night with a rally at the Cobb Energy Center, where he praised Governor Brian Kemp and focused heavily on the ongoing border crisis. Meanwhile, Fulton County Superior Court Judge Robert McBurney halted the state election board's rule requiring hand counting ballots to ensure they match machine totals. While McBurney acknowledged that human verification of machine counts could help maintain election integrity, he stated that the last-minute change could cause chaos with untrained poll workers. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3 until 10. Then Beck, Clay, and Buck, and the local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Perception. That is an important part of politics. How are you perceived? What do people think about you? I mean, in life, that probably doesn't matter as much or shouldn't matter as much. But in politics, front office Los, that is probably the most important thing in your campaign.
And I believe the Democrats have largely outplayed the Republicans at the perception game for the better part of 20, 25 years.
Easily.
They get the pop culture game. They understand how to market. They understand how to reach audience. But something has changed in the last couple of years, and especially in this cycle. For instance, we had it was part of Tim Walz's campaign, and he was out speaking in the Midwest, talking about being a regular guy. He's taking shots at J.D. Vance. He's bringing up how, he's a venture capitalist. I wouldn't even know what a venture capitalist is. Now, typically, when Tim Walz says these things, then we start kind of taking it apart. Now that we have the freedom on X to start doing this stuff, it's now put the Democrats at a bit of a disadvantage here.
Yeah.
Because Tim Walz ended up doing this entire meet up and talk with everybody, and he's wearing a flannel, which, put it this way, when Rhino wears overalls, there's a perception, Rhino's a working man. Rhino will get out there. Rhino does work on the property. You need to chop firewood, Rhino can do that for you. Rhino doesn't own $1,000 pair of overalls, okay?
That's because those don't exist.
They do in the Democrat life.
The flannel shirt that Walz had, it took all of 12 hours to go. That's a nearly $600 flannel that he has on. If you're trying to tell me that you're the common man, you have to win the perception game. And this totally fits to Dalton and to you, Tug.
Yes, sir.
If you are a guy who can say, you know what, I grew up as a hillbilly, I had this tough a life, but here's what I've been able to make myself turn into with the American dream. And if you present that message from a suit, nobody questions J.D. Vance. But they're losing in this perception game.
Yeah. Yeah, because you know what? The brilliant part you made in this is that there's actually a counter now with X where, it's a great idea to go ahead and dress him up to make him look like a hunter, to make him look like a man of the people. But it's not believable. They're picking the wrong people. They did this with Joe Biden. They tried. He's a family man. He does everything with Hunter out of love. He takes care. But then X and all the videos that come back and go, this is the Karen guy calling people predators. This is the guy saying he wouldn't bust his kids with a bunch of other black children. This is the guy that you're saying is for the love of a family, for the love. It all falls apart because of the counterbalance of another, an Extra 106.3 or an X or any of those. He looked like Elmer Fudd. It was brand new. If you would have brought it out there, I would have ripped it. I would have thrown some dirt on it. You know, like my overalls are ripped because they have chainsaw, cuts and stuff.
They've been used.
Yes, you didn't buy them yesterday to pretend I'm suddenly common man, Rhino. I bought these overalls.
But they make small mistakes, Tug.
Yes.
They make small mistakes like Kamala Harris, I grew up in a middle-class family. Middle-class family don't have people wearing $50,000 necklaces.
That's right. No, 100%. And see, but I don't even know if you can call it a mistake. I mean, it ultimately is a mistake.
Well, they're doing it on purpose.
But they don't even recognize it to know that it's a mistake.
That's the part. It's the oversight of the little things. Yeah, when you run a tight campaign, you do all the little things right, or you minimize the mistakes. You don't go out and talk about, here's my middle-class upbringing, yet your appearance screams, wow, that is high-end wealth is what you're promoting. You can't tell me about, I'm here for the workers, and yet my necklaces and my earrings we know are in the $60,000 to $100,000 range.
Yeah, and then when you get the other people that are involved with you, and you get Michelle Obama and Oprah Winfrey to get up there and Barack Obama to tell you, hey, we're here for you because we know that you should have what you need, but no more than that. And you're like, wait a minute, hold on one second. You guys have way more than you need, and you never had a job. So the thought process for a lot of people, if they're smart enough and they're not part of that, cult on the left, will look at that and go, come on, man, you're trying to pull it off. I understand trying to relate. It is important to relate to people, but when you're not real,
genuine,
you're not genuine.
Like my wife bought me a nice jacket, I think last year for my birthday, and nice jacket by my standards it's probably like $150. It's a nicer jacket for what I typically wear. You guys know if it's not a t-shirt, it's a pullover, and it's shorts if I can get away with it. Yeah, that's typical for me. So a $150 jacket is a step up. That's not a $600 jacket.
Right.
Where I'm trying to tell you, hey, man, I'm common man Los, and I'm just trying to raise a couple kids and live out in the suburbs. But here's my $1,000 jacket.
I think Ray Giudice, who we all know and love, one of the best lawyers in Atlanta, Georgia, he always said it. When he would take people into court, he was like, when you go in, you wear your Timex, not your Rolex.
Yeah.
And they didn't get the message
that
you wear the Timex versus because they don't know the message exists.
Yeah, but the stupid part about it is, look, if I'm running the Harris Waltz campaign and I'm like, I need him out there. I need him out there duck hunting. I need him out there hunting in general. If I was videoing it to put out there, I'm not videoing the part where he can't put a shotgun shell back in the shotgun. I'm going, hey, guys, cut that, delete it. Don't ever let that see the day of light. I'm doing the same in, Mike Pence. What are we doing? Guys, you don't hear the beep? Everybody who fills up gas knows that he hasn't put a card in yet, that there's nothing running to his truck. What are you doing here? Stop it. Cut that. Get rid of it. They're not smart enough to think about, hey, we got to work on these things. We got to get rid of them. We can't. We're trying to create this fairy tale land, and we're leaving all the crazy parts in.
I think it just reminded me, too. I'm like, oh, man, if I ever saw anybody throw a piece of cheese on a raw piece of meat, as Chuck Schumer did, like, I'm just out here grilling. No, you're not.
No.
And I'm not eating that either. It's the little things. And we compare and contrast that. What is Donald Trump pushing you? Hey, I'm an egotistical billionaire who knows how to make the world work. And, oh, by the way, I like to play golf and I like to wear suits. And we go, okay.
But that's more relatable because it's real. At least it's real.
He's not trying to sell you this weird bill of goods.
But, it is amazing because, well, no gas stoves. Can't have gas stoves in California. Then they put a video of Kamala cooking on gas stoves.
Yeah, right.
So it just reminds me of they want the rules that will control me, but they're allowed to do whatever they want. And that's the elite class that Republicans and Democrats. That's why I bring up Mike Pence and all. They're all phonies. They're all fake. And the ones that aren't, the ones that come out and are fighting for the American people, boy, are they vilified right away for speaking the truth. Yeah.
404-741-1230. Billy is in Canton. He has some thoughts on Kamala Harris and her performance with Brett Baer last night on Fox News Channel. Billy, what's on your mind, bud?
Hey, guys. So, it was a hard 30 minutes to get through, but I noticed she had her debate earrings on also, but if Trump goes on, that was a hard 30 minutes, and it was hard for her. But I guarantee you, if Trump goes on Joe Rogan, he's going to have to follow, and it's going to be the longest 3 hours of anybody's life if she does it.
Yeah. Billy, I don't think she's going to do it.
She can. After last night?
No,
I
there's
don't
no
think she
way. Because she can't do 25 minutes. Because Billy was kind because it was supposed to be 30, but they got there late and then pulled her out early.
Carlos, I'm going to ask you this because I know you listen to the Joe Rogan Experience, and I listen to it as well. And I'm not saying Brett Baer isn't the smartest person in the world or is the smartest person in the world either way, but I know he does a good interview, and I thought he did well last night. But Joe Rogan's a different experience. Joe Rogan is down the middle. Joe Rogan is going to ask very, very good questions and have a good conversation that I don't think she would be able to keep up with.
Joe Rogan, we would spend 26 to 30 minutes right off the top because he's already talked about the first question he would ask Donald Trump, which is the difference in getting it in 2016 versus now. It's like, what do you know now that's different from what you knew then? And Joe Rogan has brought up the amount of people that the swamp surrounds you with and says, hire this person, hire that person. This is what you need to do. If there's an immediate concern about Donald Trump and another presidency, it's you have to hire better than you did in 2016.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And I think you will because
you learned.
Yeah, right. No, that's right. But there's a little bit of me that thinks in 2016 when he went in, he thought that the government worked for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like when I put together a plan, the government is going to rally behind me. The agencies that work for me are going to rally behind me. There was an innocence there that believed, yes, there's the swamp exists. I know it exists. But I don't think he had any idea the forces working against him. This time he will.
I know that I have a ton of snakes, and I know I have a ton of mice in Hiawassee. I know that. And there are some of those rats that I want to get eaten by some of the good snakes. And those, that just kind of relates to me in the fact that if I'm Donald Trump, I know that I got rats. I know they need to get eaten because they're destroying my house. But which ones are the good snakes and which ones are the copperheads that are going to, I have to find those out. And I feel like that's what he had to go through. He knew there was plenty of problems, but which ones? Because they disguise themselves so well sometimes that you're like, all right, Mitch McConnell, he's been trusted for so long. And then you go, wait a minute. He's picking and choosing who he wants in the Senate, giving money here or there, not giving Ted Cruz. Why? These are the kind of snakes you have to figure out which one's which.
But to me, that's 20, 25 minutes of a conversation. And during Joe Rogan's podcast that he does, we saw 26 minutes where you had Kamala Harris, who largely was in a panic mode, didn't know how to handle an adversarial media, and as I pointed out in the 6 o'clock hour, didn't realize that your follow-up questions, I was told there'd be no math. That was the problem. Whereas a follow-up question during the Joe Rogan Experience, I still remember when Peter Hotez, basically the second guy in the country to Fauci, when he started bringing up Hotez's diet. And he did it in a very friendly way. He was like, great. He's like, come on, man. It's like, so do you exercise? Do you walk? What do you do? Hotez really couldn't explain it, and Joe Rogan basically put him into, so you don't do any of this stuff, but you're just telling everybody to take shots.
Yeah.
And it put him in a place where Joe wasn't being rude. He just pointed out, here's what you keep saying, here's what you can't explain, and I don't think Kamala Harris can handle that sort of interview.
It doesn't line up. It's much like the overalls and the flannels, because none of the things line up. Like what he's telling you and what he does are two totally different things. Just like the things Tim Walz says and the things Tim Walz does are very different things. It's why they make no sense.
For both candidates, if I'm going to advise, I don't think either one of them should do 3 hours with Joe Rogan. I think you cut it down. I don't even want Donald Trump on there for 3 hours if I'm running that campaign. And it's not because I don't think he can handle 3 hours. I've been to many, many rallies and heard him. But at the same time, as much as I love Donald Trump, it gets repetitive. He gets off track. He goes like a whole different direction. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying stop doing the same thing over and over and over again.
But that's a character flaw, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But we all have character flaws. They're trying to manufacture themselves to look like they don't. Donald Trump.
Well, that's the difference.
He doesn't even care.
And I don't care, really. I mean, the points are still the points, but stop. I heard that. Get on to the next one. That's what I want to hear from him. Kamala Harris, I think it's completely different why I wouldn't let her do 3 hours, because 15 minutes in, she's ready to go. There's no way. You get an hour and that's it.
But Rhino, and let me point out, too, as part of what Joe Rogan would love to get into with Trump, which he does bring up on a regular basis, and this is another 20 minutes, he points out how when Trump said, when it came to the JFK documents, he flat out said, if you knew what I knew, you wouldn't release it either.
Yeah.
All right, that would be like 20 minutes on Rogan. If you talk about how you don't get repetitive, I think Joe would ask him things that would be so incredible to get into, and it would be a really interesting, probably 90 minutes, 2 hours.
It'd be the best. It would be the best, to sit and listen to him do it for sure. But Kamala Harris, that would be a horrible, horrible listen.
and maybe her people would be like, you can't do 2 hours, 3 hours, because we don't have the time. Whether they do or not,
they need to.
They would point out our schedule.
15 minutes last night.
Exactly, that's the point. They would go in with that stipulation. We can't do 3 hours. We don't have the time. Our schedule won't allow it.
Here are the questions.
Right. And give me the questions.
Joe would be like, get out of here.
Get out. You're not coming on the show. Trump said crime has gone up, and if you remember during the ABC debate, David Muir fact-checked him. I'll tell you who is right next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Mike, the engineer, says, based on the yard signs he's seeing, Kamala will finish third behind Donald Trump in garage sale.
I hope. The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, it's Mike with Atlanta Painting Company. And this fall, we invite you to transform your home. Our expert team brings color to life with top quality paints and flawless finishes, and leading the industry with our color consultants. Whether it's a fresh coat of paint for one room or an entire exterior makeover, the Atlanta Painting Company has you covered. So, trust the local pros for reliable, professional service when you need to revive your home or business. Find us at atlantapaintingcompany.com or call us at 1-800-PAINTING. That's atlantapaintingcompany.com. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Hi, this is Bruce Hagen.
And this is Matt Hagen.
And at Hagen Law, family matters.
We're not just lawyers. We're a father and son team committed to providing personalized legal representation for our clients.
And it's important to me that we are a family-run business. If you've been in an accident or injured, make us your first call. We treat every case with the care and attention it deserves.
With over 50 years experience of helping people, we are here to guide you every step of the way through your personal injury case.
Hagen Law is a family firm where family matters, and we're going to treat you like your family.
You can find everything you need to know at Hagen-Law.com.
Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Are you the type of consumer that likes to do your research before you choose a company? Well, then you need to join Dan Watkins, Chris Lolamy, and myself, Jim Niarchos, every Saturday morning at 9 for the All Four Seasons Home Show. We only vet local businesses with a proven history of integrity, competence, and solid customer service. The All Four Seasons Home Show helps you make a good consumer decision, save money, and not get ripped off. You can also follow our podcasts on Apple, Google, and Spotify. The All Four Seasons Home Show, Saturday mornings at 9, right here on Extra 106.3.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Michael J. Whitlock, Executive Vice President of the Bail Division for American Surety Company. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Life takes a toll on our bodies. No way around it. Whether it's sitting hours on end at your computer or working a physical job, over time, your body pays the price. There is, however, an effective way to turn back the clock on pain. Relief Factor. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor helps support your body's response to inflammation. The difference, instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it for good. And it's 100% drug-free. If the pains that come with living a full life are affecting you, do as so many others have. Turn back the clock on pain with Relief Factor. Their 3-week quick start is just $19.95, less than $1 a day. When you feel good, it's amazing how much more you get out of life. So visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Try it for only $19.95. While we can't stop aging, not yet, we can stop pain. Turn back the clock with Relief Factor.
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. A little later in the show, in the 9 o'clock hour, Janelle King will be here, and Janelle will take any question you have about the Republican Party, anything about the Georgia State Board of Elections. She will answer every question that you have. 404-741-1230 is the number. So 9 o'clock hour, be ready for Janelle King because she is come loaded for bear, just ready to talk about anything and everything. Nothing is off the table. So nothing makes me smile more than thinking that the federal government will be shrunk up, that it will be smaller in a second Trump presidency. And I'm not the only one thinking that. There are federal government employees that are in fear of a Trump presidency. Rhino brought it up a little bit during the break and how the odds makers in Vegas are handicapping this thing and showing that Donald Trump is taking a pretty commanding lead.
It's getting worse for her every day.
Right? And last night didn't help her at all. Trump has promised to demolish the deep state, and that's what I'm here for. I want to read a quote to y'all, and this is from an EPA employee. They want to shuffle to, quote, safer agencies. An Interior Department worker is putting off buying a new car and, quote, poring over Project 2025. Because these people must be listening to mainstream media thinking that Donald Trump is connected to this somehow or other. Although he's not, we are your station for Project 2025. so welcome if you're interested in that.
Project 2025 radio.
Yeah, we're the implementation station.
We bring in the mega extremist pit bulls like Janelle King.
Continuing with the quote, and civil servants across the government are worried they might get fired soon. I am not, y'all. I'm not a single issue voter. I take a look at everything. and vote for the person that I think is going to hit most of the categories that I care about. But if there is a single issue that I like more than any other, it is handing Elon Musk a machete and watching him walk through the federal government and carve that thing up like Milei did down in Argentina and seeing the results already.
We elected a man in Donald Trump that became extremely famous nationwide. In New York, he was very famous, but nationwide for saying, "You're fired." And there was good reason. When people aren't performing, they need to be released of their duties. See, the Democrats will not fire Alejandro Mayorkas, even though his job is to keep our borders safe, and it's been the worst 4 years ever for the destruction of the sovereignty of our nation.
Listen, there are talented people that work in the government. They do exist. Sure. It's just that when you start looking at the redundancy of what is out there and realize that every dollar that gets paid to a government employee has to come out of the private sector. It's not like it gets dreamed up out of somewhere. Oh, the government just has a stash of money. No, it is your private sector money that pays for this stuff. If you start telling me that we're going to get rid of some of these agencies that don't really serve the people any longer, then scatter. Like, go to other agencies.
Absolutely.
Try to find yourself a place where you're going to be more valuable, because when the axe comes down on places like hopefully the EPA, sorry, it's just how it goes. We're remodeling, brother. That's how it's going to be.
EPA, FDA, FBI, CIA, I mean, every one of them, and make them earn their jobs back. Make them in the new slimmed down version. What do you bring that is going to benefit the nation and the American people? Going back to this Politico article, because this is where it came from, of course, Politico, concerned like nobody. I mean, they are scared to death for the bloated federal government. And this is another quote I want y'all to hear. They are so vindictive talking about Republicans and Donald Trump. They're so vindictive. And that's why they're scared to death, because they're so vindictive. They're going to come after us. They're going to scare us into doing work. They're going to scare us. They're going to take our jobs away. Not if you deserve it. Not if you earn it. Not if meritocracy is in play. Show us why you deserve to keep your job. That's what I want to see, man. Just the mere thought of fear running down this bloated, nonsensical bureaucracy that is the federal government makes me smile. I will end the day at 10 o'clock this morning with I'll have a Cheshire cat smile like you've never seen before, just thinking about this for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, because that's what Donald Trump has done. And again, when you're running businesses, the one thing you do is you look, how can we save money to be more profitable? How can we be more prosperous? And that's what he's trying to do for the United States of America. How can we be more prosperous? How can we cut waste? How can we cut spending? It's part of every single business. Now, the Democrats don't realize that because, well, they're part of the military-industrial complex, and every bill they throw in, how can we benefit and spend more money, create higher budgets, and continue to throw money that isn't ours into this? Donald Trump is saying, hey, how do we save everybody in this country money? What do we have to sell? And how do we cut any kind of waste? If you are voting, and you're voting because of joy and this and that and the other, and you don't care about the rest of the country or your life, then you're on the wrong side of this as far as I'm concerned. Donald Trump is a businessman who knows how to run and make something profitable, and that's why this country is more prosperous under him and was for 4 years.
How about this number? When it comes to the federal government, not state, not local, not the people that you interact with on a regular basis, this is not your teachers, it's not the people that are around you. If you're just talking about the federal government, as of last year, there were 2.95 million federal government employees.
Good Lord.
2.95 million federal government employees in the workforce. Mm-hmm. When my father-in-law, who spent 35 years as a federal government employee, when I asked him one time, I was like, do you ever see anybody get fired? He's like, once. Yeah. Like 35 years, once. And it's because he had fat lady pornography on his government-issued laptop.
My God.
One person in 35 years. Now, he was like, people would retire, people would move on, people would decide that they want to do other things. But as far as a terminated employee in 35 years of that man's service to the country, one person.
Wow.
I would imagine, though, that a lot of the odds are really low for sure. And you see it because nobody's held accountable. Look at what the Biden administration has done. Nobody was fired after the botched departure that left 13 soldiers dead. No one was fired for that. No one was held accountable. But I would imagine, Los, that number that you threw out, what was it, 2.9? Is that what
2.95 million.
I bet there is a large percentage, and I don't know what it is.
By the way, that's twice the size of Amazon.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable to think about.
Starts to make you think, doesn't it?
It does, for sure. But how many of those have been added, do y'all suppose, in the last 4 years? Because that's the only thing they're doing is adding government jobs. There's no private sector jobs being added to this marketplace.
If I was paying somebody a lot of money, by the way, in the 6 digits and all that, to build me energy and build me EV stations, and after 3 years only built 7, I'm walking in and firing them. I'm saying you're not keeping up with your job. We're wasting money on you. Why are we paying you so much? You haven't done anything. It makes no sense to me whatsoever that we continue to employ people. 1 million people in this country have died under the administration over the past 3 years. 2 million of those jobs, and nobody's been held accountable. We've lost more Americans than they've. It's sickening to me.
You want the number, Tug? I got it for you.
Yeah. Give it to me, man.
Federal employees as of 2019. 2.2 million.
Good Lord!
You've added 700,000 plus federal employees. This is not, now they'll do military and civilian. This is predominantly civilian employees to the government. 700,000.
Can't imagine why we're adding billions to our debt.
There you go. When we come back, the joy and good vibes have left the Harris campaign after a firm but fair interview on Fox News Channel after a Bortz Report and Fox News Update. More of the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, this is a rant, probably going to get me in trouble, like I care. Clewiston, Florida. That's on the shores of Lake Okeechobee. There's a party going on, and 2 15-year-old boys at the party see some other boys who are part of a rival gang, so they naturally pull out their guns and start shooting. The 2 15-year-olds are in jail, charged with murder. A 16-year-old girl was killed, shot in the back of the head. And yes, you guessed it, you already knew all of the people involved were black. They lived in the Harlem Gardens apartment complex. I've said it before, stronger this time. This is black culture. This is the way of life among so many, the majority of urban black teenagers. I've called it the culture of violence. You become a teenager. You're black. You live in the city. Do you dream of having a car? No. You dream of having your gun. You have to have your damned gun. That's where your cred comes from. That's where your respect comes from. You reach a certain age and the search begins. Where am I going to get my gun? And then you carry it with you everywhere you think you can get away with it. You bad. Oh, you bad. Then you see somebody else, a rival gang member, and you think, oh my God, they've got a gun. Maybe they're going to shoot me. I got to get my gun out and shoot them first. The urban culture of violence, and nobody talks about it. Civil rights leaders, no. Law enforcement, no. Politicians, no. The number one cause of death among young male blacks is young male blacks. And if we don't start talking about this mess, it's only going to get worse. There is a culture of predatory violence. Admit it, own it, address it, solve it, if you dare. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
Have you considered securing your family's future? Protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Does he have momentum? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Former President Trump takes the lead in a new Fox News poll for the first time since Vice President Harris took over as the Democratic candidate, 50 to 48%.
Vice President Harris had a 2-point lead a month ago. By significant margins, Trump leads with men and white voters. Harris leads with women and black voters. In other key demographics, Trump leads narrowly with seniors, while Harris has a slight edge with the college-educated.
It's Fox's Gernal Scott. The vice president tells Fox if she's elected, it won't be a continuation of President Biden's policies.
I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas.
Telling Brett Baier it's time to turn the page.
If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
She called the former president divisive and dangerous. When asked about record illegal immigration,
we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
Former President Trump told a Univision town hall in Miami the Biden administration lost control of the border.
We want them to come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to love our country. They have to love you, love our people.
And he touted his record handling the economy.
4 years ago, you had no inflation.
The man arrested over the weekend outside a Trump rally in California with guns in his SUV, Vem Miller, is suing Riverside County,
accusing the sheriff of falsely characterizing his arrest as a thwarted assassination attempt. Miller says Bianco lied about the passports and created a narrative so the sheriff could look like a hero who saved Trump.
That's Fox's Jill Nato. Miller was released on bail facing misdemeanor charges. Now, also, there's news this morning that the U.S. has gone on the attack in Yemen. B-2 stealth bombers dropped airstrikes targeting underground weapons stored by the Houthis, Iran-backed militants who've been attacking ships around the Red Sea for months. America's listening to Fox News.
If you're looking for a firearm, I just love and recommend highly Henry Repeating Arms. They make 200 models of rifles, shotguns, revolvers, and a wide variety of calibers and finishes. Plus, they have new releases all throughout the year. The best way to learn about Henry Firearms is to get their free catalog and check it out online or at home. Plus, you're going to get 2 free decals and a list of dealers where you live and a great newsletter. Go to henryusa.com, click on their free catalog button. It's in the upper right-hand corner. Henry uses old world craftsmanship combined with cutting-edge technology to deliver reliability and accuracy that everybody can trust. They're easy to use and maintain. It makes them an excellent choice for personal and property defense, for hunting, for shooting sports, and for beginners. All made in America, or they won't be made at all. Remember, to order their free catalog, get free decals, henryusa.com. That's henryusa.com. Free catalog and decals and a list of dealers where you are. You're going to love this company.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Xtra 106.3. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
Morning, y'all. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts, 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com. Kamala Harris said you're stupid for voting for Donald Trump. Now, of course, she tried to back away from it, and then she tried to say, I would never say that about the American people, but the internet does not forget. So last night during the interview Kamala did with Brett Baier on Fox News Channel, there was a point where she was just slamming Trump. He's the worst. He's nothing good about this man. And Brett asked the simple question, well, people who are voting for him, what do you say about that, half of the country?
So are they misguided, the 50%?
Listen,
are they stupid? What is it?
I would never say that about the American people.
And then,
what else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
What?
I'm so glad that got put together that way.
What?
It was the first thought I thought of when he said, do you think they're stupid? I thought he was setting her up for that.
Right, just to play that same piece of audio when she was in campaign mode talking about how that young people are stupid. And so it's so easy to go back when there's no substance to the campaign whatsoever or her message to pick her apart. I mean, it's so stinking easy to do.
The truth of the matter is, I don't think she thinks 50% of the people are stupid. I think she thinks 90% of people are stupid in reality, because that's the way she treats people. Go back to when she's VP. Look at the Ukraine. Let me tell you about Ukraine. It's a country in Europe over there next to a bigger country. She thinks everybody's stupid. Space, it's so big and dark.
But I don't know. I don't know about you.
Or is she just dumb?
See, that's where I was. I mean, I'm not going to call her stupid because she's not stupid. It's clear she's not stupid. She's not politically savvy by any means.
She's not good at this.
She's not very good at what she's doing. But that's the thing. The reason she does that word salad is because she has no idea, knows what she's saying or what she's talking about.
I'm glad that information and that audio got spliced together, because she did refer to Gen Z in this way. And what I will point out, this is to our benefit. It wasn't in 22. It is now. Gen Z has now had 4 years of not just stagnant economy, but just an economy that wasn't ever going to work for them in their favor. And they're very introspective, far more than our generations are. We kind of went about it of like, fly by the seat of my pants. I'll go join the Navy. I'll go play college ball. Yeah, hell, I'll leave New York. I'll figure out something from there. They are so much more cautious. And so when you start looking and calling them dumb for being cautious, now they're going to lash out. I think we're going to see a lot of people voting our way.
Yeah, I definitely think. Look, I was in line yesterday, and now it's Towns County. It's going to be red. I mean, all of our incumbents are all Republican.
It's like Whitfield.
And most of them aren't being run against because they are. But in reality, when you start to look at, the reason for people voting, they see right through Kamala Harris. And I think a lot of people are starting to see that this is just a disinformation campaign, a vilify Trump campaign, hey, how do we keep our power campaign. They've made so many mistakes in this that I think they've turned off a lot of Americans to their cause. I expect the progressive movement to slowly disappear to a point where they're just a little annoying gnat rather than the loud minority that they are now.
I was impressed. There was a young man that was in front of me in line, and the reason why I knew that it was new for him. So he had the ID where you could tell he's not 21, but he is 18.
It's the
Turner one.
What is it? The vertical one.
The vertical.
Yeah. So he's got one of those, and he's looking to vote. And I kind of heard a couple of discussions he had with a couple of people, and I'm like, okay, it's like he's going to be voting my way. This is great. And he turns to look at me, and he asked me, do I need to take this sheet along with this and along with this? And I go, no, as long as you've got that sign, I was like, and you got your ID, you are good to go. Yeah. And that kind of warmed my heart this way of, he's coming out here as like under the age of 21, recognizing that things are not going well in this country. And he got in the same line I did, stood in the same line for 45 minutes. And all his plan was we have to change something. And it ain't going to be adding Harris to getting 4 more years.
But it's interesting you use that story, right? Because it's a young man who's doing something he's not done before, and he was unsure about it. Same thing happened in that interview last night with Brett Baer. She's never been challenged on anything. And when she did not perform well. Had she done this from the get-go, by the time she got to that one, she would be a boxer with experience and a record that she could lean on and experiences that she could lean on. That's funny you bring that story up because she looked just like, to me anyway, looked just like the way you described the young man who was voting in front of you.
Yeah, very confused. Very confused. And then yesterday, I think it showed how she's not in control. She's not very in control of what's going on with her own self because she lost it. She got defensive. She got scared. She had no answers.
Not if you're Mark Cuban. Did you see his
He's an idiot.
post? Goat Redneck Poet shared it with us.
Can I tell you, Mark Cuban, just because you have money, because you got lucky in figuring out, the internet and how to use it for your advantage.
Good for him.
Good for him. Doesn't make you smart. And he shows that with that. He watched a completely different interview than everybody else in this country.
Let me give you the quote.
But Democrats are just, they're going to defend this any way they can. They hate Trump that much.
He says, the beautiful thing about Brett Baer's interview, and thank you, Goat Redneck Poet, for sending this, is that Kamala understood and responded to each question. That's not what I saw, but okay. Used example of policies. When? Gave real-world context. When?
Never.
When Brett went hard after her, she didn't call him names. She didn't quit the interview. Yes, she did. She was pulled out of it.
She did quit.
Yes, that's right. She didn't make things up. Yes, she did. She never once complained about the questions being tough. You could see it on her face. She was complaining. She never played the victim card. And here's the kicker. It's not the last thing, but the most important thing in Mark Cuban's tweet about the interview last night. She didn't lose her temper. What?
Oh, my gosh. Sure
what interview did you watch? She was grinding her teeth at some points.
Look, I'll say this. What he wrote, he could have put Trump in. Because that's the reality of when he sits for an interview, he doesn't get frustrated. He doesn't lose his temper. He doesn't do it. Now, he may not say things that you like. He may call names. That's the only difference in what happened. But he does talk about policy. He does talk about what's going to happen and how to do it and how to implement it. She was a complete fool on that stage yesterday. She really was. It was a horrible decision, but it was a desperate attempt. They had to do it. They had to get her in front. She has been avoiding the media because the basement thing worked in 2020, and it's not going to work again. Mark Cuban is jealous of what Donald Trump has done throughout his life. That's the reality of what it is. It's always been something. Same thing with Howard Stern. Howard Stern doesn't like Donald Trump because Donald Trump did what Howard Stern ran for president. I don't know if people remember this. And he got bashed and thrown out and nobody good. And I think he's jealous of what happened with Donald Trump. And this is why he's turned on Donald Trump so much. These people are jealous of what Donald Trump has done. And they're just making up these kind of ridiculous statements. They're all jokes. Listen, Barbara Streisand, Rob Reiner, all your little friends that are famous that are going to light themselves on fire and leave the country, they all spread lie after lie after. They spread the entire lie all day yesterday about Trump standing there waving back and forth. These people have nothing but lies.
It's been about 25 years. When Mark Cuban bought the Dallas Mavericks, one of the things he started doing was he started HD TV. Like that was one of the big things he did, and he really looked at himself as he's going to be the next entertainment and television mogul. That's what he was going to become. In fact, if you go back and look at Enron, Smartest Men in the Room, Mark Cuban was a producer of that documentary. It was really well done. He had nothing to do other than paying for it, but that's what it was. So by the time he really jumped into, I'm now going to be a TV star like Donald Trump, because they were both doing it at the same time, it never went that way. And Donald Trump, because of their difference of opinions and their difference of policy, made it a point to bash him when he could.
It was fun.
And so this is a rivalry that goes back 25 years, where that's why Mark Cuban does not see things in any way close to being complimentary towards Donald Trump.
Reminds me of Neil Bortz a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Mark, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Except Neil will actually vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly. They're not identical, but just that relationship that has caused some sort of friction.
You have to have some kind of, I'm not going to say it's fun, but you have to have that fun rival. Well, it is some kind of fun rivalry when you're in a position like that. Donald Trump was The Apprentice, and that was a huge show.
Did Cuban want that job or something?
Oh, yeah. Cuban wanted to be that. Maybe not The Apprentice.
He started, his version was The Benefactor.
Right.
And it flopped. It wasn't a complete flop. Yes, I totally forgot about that.
And when that happens, you would expect somebody like Donald Trump or anyone to go, well, you made a good attempt there, Mark. You wanted to kind of capitalize off what I've been doing here at NBC, and you couldn't do it, and it fell apart. And of course, he took it hard. And, of course, he got upset about it. And that's the same thing that happens every single day. The reason that people are coming out about not liking Donald Trump, or being on the other side, is because they've been fired. Like anybody else who's been fired and they think they should have been, able to stay or be a part of it, or they failed in one way or another. Now they're vindictive. That's all this is. And now the Democrats have done a good job capitalizing on those names that are vindictive because they're failures.
The folks at the Hill, and everybody, if you listen to the show, we reference it all the time because it's a leftist website. And they, are not trying to help Donald Trump by any means or stretch of the imagination. But their headline from yesterday, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, was Trump tops Harris by 7 points in the battleground state of Georgia, Los.
Tell you, this is what the numbers have been showing. And I think that there's something very encouraging here. And it's a small miracle. Because if you think about what has happened since January of 2021, you had the Donald Trump name turned into mud. He was suddenly an insurrectionist. There's no way you could ever vote for him. Fox News decided to separate all their programming. By the way, if a guy like Tucker Carlson keeps talking about Donald Trump and backing his policies, we're getting rid of you. Everything went against him. Now, here's the impossibility. Harris has been so bad as a vice president. Joe Biden has been so bad as a president that they've managed to take Georgia that largely has Republicans that will not vote for Republicans they don't agree with, and they've all come back home. 2 years ago, they didn't vote for Herschel Walker, yet they voted for Brian Kemp. And yet they've all come back home realizing that Donald Trump is the best option.
They know. They know that they're going to lose Georgia. They know that, oh my gosh, we were able to turn this state for Biden in 2020, and we are going to lose it in a big, big fashion. Right now, the betting market has Trump up 65% to win this. I mean, it's a done
total
deal.
Or in Georgia?
65% in Georgia. That's just Georgia. Now, every swing state, he's up about over 60%, except for Pennsylvania. He's up 59-41. But this is happening in every state where they're coming back to reality, saying we can't go down this path, and the swing states are a danger for Harris. But Harris understands that. She's going to be back in Georgia. She's got to work it hard. She thinks she can win it. That's why you go and you find a fraud like Jeff Duncan and you say, hey, we got money. Hey, sucker, come here. We know that you're not loyal. We know you don't care about your constituents. We'll give you money to come up here and push, us against Donald Trump, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to play it as hard as they can here in Georgia. They know they're going to. Raphael Warnock, I don't think he'll make it again, and when he's up for re-election, 2026. John Ossoff, he's quietly been out here. He's not doing a horrible job or being that, off the. He's working on the post office. I mean, it's not something you can really give him a hard time about, right?
Right, which is fine. We're glad you're working on it
because
the post office is
he's
broken.
Gonna lose.
But what else have you
2026 is done.
What else have you provided? Because
they're losing.
I don't know anything else that he's done that's been beneficial to Georgia. And like him or not, I've definitely had my differences with Brian Kemp. When he runs, he is going to wallop. To your point, Rhino, he is going to wallop.
Yeah,
John Ossoff. It's not even going to be close. It'll be a landslide just like it was against Stacey Abrams.
And by the way, Brian Kemp, when he won Georgia the last time around, it was 7.5%. What were the numbers that you were mentioning that you have Donald Trump at?
Right now, 65%.
Well, no, that's the betting. That's the betting market.
Right now in total,
I'm talking
7 points.
A 7-point lead. Yeah. Again, like all the numbers are, the betting totals are significantly higher, but a 7-point lead in the state really works out to a betting margin of, he's got about a 65% chance of winning this thing.
And that's from Quinnipiac, by the way, too. Yeah. It's not exactly the most Republican or conservative friendly of institutions, but also polling.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people are realizing right now, and again, we've talked about it so many times, there are too many glaring factors in your life every single day of why this administration has failed us over the last 3 years and why Democrats have failed everybody out of the 12 out of the last 16 years. People are going to go back and go, I was better off 4 years ago. I hate to say it, except for the pandemic. If there was no pandemic, we would have probably reelected Donald Trump based on the economy alone. They don't have any other choice. And I think people are tired of the Donald Trump is not going to not leave office. He's already done, like anything they say, people are like, this is silly at this point.
Let's talk about this because this is not revisionist history, guys. And I think laying it out for people makes it make a lot of sense. In January of 2020 into February of 2020, you had the Democrats largely trying to get their stars out of the game because they recognized we're not beating Donald Trump. All right, who's the sacrificial lamb? It's going to be Joe Biden. That's why they cleared, Buttigieg out of the way. They made sure nobody else that they thought had a future was going to happen. And then COVID occurred. And what it did is it brought the margins that Donald Trump was leading by just close enough to where you could play some games in an election. Now that we don't have to worry about any of these games being played, I think the margins look much closer, even better than what they did in early January of 2020.
You feel better about it than I do, because I do feel like there's something that the Democrats are not laying low.
They're going to cheat.
For sure.
They're going to cheat, let's be honest.
And look, maybe the Republicans will too. I don't know that, but
everybody cheats.
Everybody's trying to. But maybe they won't have a leaking, a pipe burst that was never.
I don't know.
I
don't know. Look, I was listening to the woke socialist broadcasting. They're like, pipe bursts are a big concern in the city of Atlanta throughout the years, and then they started talking about all the ones. So who knows? But
that's what I'm saying. I guess the whole point is, I still, in my heart of hearts, have real concern.
We should. I think we all should, Los, because, we never know which way this is going to go. But the reality is setting in for a lot of people that, and I think it's a brilliant point what you made up about Joe Biden, but I think it's the same thing with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They had Mark Kelly. That's a pretty good candidate. I don't like him. Don't like his policies. Good one. Josh Shapiro for a VP pick. They're sacrificing right now. Kamala Harris, they want to get rid of her. They know she's a fool. They want to get her out of politics. They want to get Tim Walz out of there. He's a disaster as well.
When CBS ended up pointing out that there was a pipe burst and that absentee ballots in Fulton County were going to be suspended for the time being, you had 23% of the vote in, and Donald Trump had a 56-42 lead in the state.
Yeah.
And then, poof. Interesting, huh? That's where I'm just like, I think we're going to be on the lookout for so many games, and I think this is going to be such a large amount of victory. Donald Trump has a legitimate chance to win the popular vote, and that will shock the hell out of them.
Dude, I'm ready. It's the shock that I'm ready for. Now, I'm not ready for the fallout, because the fallout, if he indeed does win, is going to be ugly. It is going to be Minnesota 2.0, burn the cities down, riot. It's going to be ugly. That's what I'm preparing for. Look, I would rather be, I hope I'm wrong. I just don't feel like I'm going to be on that one, unfortunately. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com is their website. When we come back, we'll knock out the headlines. And I want to tell you, Rhino has been writing a damn book here in the studio. I mean, the notes are extensive. And I want you to know about this border bill that the Dems tried to push, because it got brought up in that Brett Baer interview. We're going to tell you what's actually in that bill. Rhino is prepped and ready for you. Next on the Morning Extra.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
I'm sure you've heard by now of the mass shooting that happened in Birmingham, Alabama. I don't know, 20-some people hurt, 4 people killed. One thing the media has not told you is that the shooters were black. Uh-oh. Racism. Don't use that word around me. It means nothing. The urban black culture is a culture of violence, predatory violence. And finally, somebody said it. Not just me, the old white guy. Somebody said it. His name is Randall Woodfin. He is the mayor of Birmingham. Go ahead, call the black mayor of Birmingham a racist because he mentions the culture of violence.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Look around you, look around the world and see what's going on, whether it's hurricanes, whether it is a chemical fire that could contaminate your water supply or even the air that you breathe. We talk about boiled water advisories. We talk about all the things that would really disrupt your life. But what if you're prepared? What if you're ready, just in case? What if you had water filtration? What if you had freeze-dried food, first aid kits? What if you had firearms to protect your family in case looters were coming after a hurricane trying to steal everything that you had? Well, guess what? There is a place that you can do that, and that's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. They're your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies. They're locally owned and operated by our friends Matt and Joey, and they're both Georgia Tech engineers. They understand what they're doing. Guys, this isn't a doomsday crazy idea that a bunch of zombies are coming. No, these are real-life situations you need to be prepared for. Look around. Do you have freeze-dried food? If not, maybe you want to really get involved. The Harvest Right freeze dryer is one of the coolest machines that you'll ever see. You can freeze dry anything. Last night, we got some great food from an Italian restaurant, and we could have freeze-dried it and kept it for 35 years. I wasn't going to do it, but I would do it with any of the vegetables that I had or even the Skittles and make them into those really nice treats. Check it out, the Harvest Right Freeze Dryer at True Prep in Marietta. But really taking into consideration starting today, making sure that you're ready, making sure that you have a get-home bag. And they even have classes for you, workshops all the time right there in Marietta on Cobb Parkway at True Prep. Go online, check out all the great classes, and get ready for any emergency and protect your family. TruePrep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
While fall temperatures are cooling down, the action in the stadium and on the field is really heating up. If you find yourself in hot water from too much celebrating during the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we handle bonds from the Battery to the Bends, and even for those who celebrate action between the hedges. At A Second Chance, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Hey, are you paying crazy rates for your health insurance? Call Doug Moore at 770-697-0100. Your health insurance cost shouldn't look like a house payment. Are you tired of having things not covered, like doctor visits, labs, etc.? Doug can help, so call him at 770-697-0100. Doug sells all forms of health insurance. His plans have no deductibles, and you don't have to switch doctors. If you're paying too much for health insurance, Doug can help. He has over 20 years' experience. You can go to his website and request a quote. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. That's yourchoicehealthplan.net, or call his cell phone at 770-697-0100. Doug can make a plan that you will be able to use. Call 770-697-0100 and he can help. Or go to his website to request a quote, yourchoicehealthplan.net, and contact him. Doug says don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net and he can bring rates down. 770-697-0100.
We're all back to busy schedules this time of year, school, work, everything else that's coming up. Hey, the holidays are around the corner. Don't let car trouble add to the stress of your day. Before you start putting all of those miles on your car, CarShield, America's most trusted vehicle protection company, wants you to consider one of their plans. Now, they provide plans for owners of new cars, high-mileage vehicles, or vehicles with expired manufacturing warranties. A broken AC unit can cost you up to $3,000. A broken water pump, $1,400. Are you prepared to pay out of pocket for repairs in this economy? CarShield doesn't just offer affordable repairs. They also provide jobs for 1,300 Americans. And they're here 24/7, keeping you safe on the road. Call CarShield today. Get your free quote and 20% off at 800-227-6100. As we head into the holiday season, save yourself from major repairs. Get a free quote and save 20% now at carshield.com/Beck. 800-227-6100. 800-227-6100. carshield.com/Beck. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, October 17th. A 21-year-old Buckhead man was killed over the weekend after a friend he invited to Atlanta from New York for Pride weekend allegedly stabbed him to death. Mauricio Asensio had come to the U.S. to escape violence and had invited 36-year-old Orlando Larchaga to Atlanta, paying for his airline ticket from New York. According to police, the incident happened in front of witnesses at the Prominence Apartments in Buckhead. Atlanta police have charged the suspect with murder and possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. 3 men have been acquitted of the murder of 2 teens at a Douglasville Sweet 16 party that took place in 2023. Timothy Coleman, Kingston Cotman, and Takel Beverly Smart were all found guilty of violating Street Gang and Terrorism Prevention Act, and 2 of the defendants were also found guilty of aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of an illegal weapon. They are expected to be sentenced on November 14th. And Fulton County Superior Court Judge Thomas Cox Jr. invalidated 7 new rules the state election board passed to help safeguard accurate results in the 2024 election and ensure ballot accounting. Cox wrote that Georgia's constitution provides that only the General Assembly can set election procedures. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
We're on the air until 10 and glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 if you would like to discuss the disaster of an interview that Kamala Harris did with Brett Baer last night. We've broken it down every which way but Sunday, and we'll continue doing that throughout the show, but would love your input as well. We want to tell you also about our final golf tournament of the year and probably the most special of the golf tournaments we do here at Dickey Broadcasting. Extra 106.3 and our sister station, 680 The Fan, present the Veterans Day Golf Classic benefiting the Warrior Alliance, who is the official the official veterans organization for the Atlanta Braves. They are in the building that we're in. Down on the first floor, we're on floor 4. They do great work. Close out another year with this great Veterans Day Golf Classic. Friday, November 8th, Heritage Golf Links, if I can speak, in Tucker. There's going to be all kinds of great giveaways. It'll be a fun time, and then you're benefiting the great work of the Warrior Alliance. It's all powered and partnered with Harrah's Cherokee Casinos and Resorts, Georgia Power, Tito's Handmade Vodka, yes, I will, Kroger, and then also Hennessy Ford and First Watch, which is a great place to have some breakfast. So great folks, great reason for doing it, and a great day of fun, man. We did this last year, and I don't think I've ever had more fun playing golf because I'm not a good golfer, and Rhino and Los are. And they even made it fun for me. And Captain Goey Virgin River was out there. It was just a big day, y'all.
It really was. It was a lot of fun, and I can't wait to do it again. And this year, I love Heritage. I think that's a beautiful course up there. It's a lot of fun, and of course, for a good cause. And if you get involved in this, it's a great thing, and golf is a great thing. So it's going to be cold, though, man.
Oh, my Lord.
I hope they're going to get us some, warm jackets.
Well, Realtree zip-ups for every golfer. Remember, they gave us some last year, too?
Those are really cool, and they're really nice. They got the thumb holes, too.
Yeah, got breakfast from First Watch, boxed lunches from Henri's Bakery and Deli, on-course activation with Corona and Tito's.
Okay, that's my thing.
Yes, I will. Man,
how many times did we get back, Los, to the Tito's thing?
A lot.
Quite a few. I will point out that even when it's a little bit chilly outside, that's a better day when you're playing golf than working.
Well, that's what the Tito's is for, too.
That's exactly. You know what? There's a little bit extra help around the course to warm you up.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes, it'll be fun. So make sure you participate. Find out more information at extra1063.com. All of it's right there.
We need a bus home, though.
Yes, we do. Because otherwise you have to stop on hole 9 and start eating and all that other, or you just have to stay at the course well past the times of your rounds.
Yeah. Maybe we should get them to buy us a hotel up there.
Yeah, or get us an Uber car or something.
Yeah.
Get your Fitbit steps in, have to walk 10 miles home.
I could use that, though.
Yeah, I probably could, too.
A little fatty me.
Yeah. Rhino has, I'm telling you, I'm not kidding, he has pages of notes that he's made about the actual border bill that the Democrats keep referencing that has no place even in the conversation about border security, Rhino.
None whatsoever. And this is the lie of the Democrats. And this was a game that they tried to play. They put together this entire bill saying that it was the National Security Act and that it was to protect our border. And we've heard Kamala Harris spread the lie. Donald Trump went and told everybody not to vote for it, blah, blah, blah. Even if Donald Trump did do that, good for him. Thank God for Donald Trump, because this bill, we'll start off, and I talked about it a little bit yesterday and a little bit earlier this morning, but I want people to understand that when you open up this bill, Title I is all about where it starts, and they break these bills up into different divisions, different chapters, and different titles. And Division A is National Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024, and what they want to do is make sure that we protect the border, right? Okay, cool. Good idea. Let's do this.
I'm in.
National security, meaning our nation, it's very important. So we'll start at Title I because that's where it begins. The first 90 pages before I begin, have nothing to do with our border, by the way. and that's the important part about this. The first thing is the Department of Defense military personnel. So when we talk about the military-industrial complex, it is very important to understand that both Republicans and Democrats
it's represented in there.
Are represented throughout this bill and represent the military-industrial complex. This is why Liz Cheney is like losing her mind and wanting to be a Democrat, because that feeds her family. Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, their whole family is fed by the military-industrial complex. So you start right away with the military and the Army. They get $207 million to respond to a situation in Ukraine. Number one. That's just one. Marine Corps, $3 million. I don't know why they don't get as much. It doesn't seem nice, but same thing. Respond to the situation in Ukraine. Air Force, $23 million to respond to Ukraine. Space Force. Got the Space Force working hard. They get more than the Marines. They get $4 million to work on the situation. It gets worse and worse, and I can go through Army, Navy. Let's get to the Navy.
Let's go Navy.
Yeah, let's go Navy, because you just got $1,534 million. Sorry, these big numbers. 163 to respond to the situation in Ukraine, to support improvements to submarine industrial bases there in, not in our country, not outside our borders.
Yeah, and in total, Rhino, we're talking about in military aid, in military contracts, and here's what our plans are for your border. $60 billion in total would head to Ukraine.
Yes. Then I told you, look, the Space Force only got $4 million, but then, an additional amount of operation and maintenance for Space Force. There's an addendum in there. Yes. Another $8 million to respond to the situation in Ukraine and related expenses. That's the way they do this, and all talking about that. Okay, we can continue to go on. It just keeps going. Ukraine. Now here's where it gets fun. Now we've got over $13 billion going to Taiwan. Now, is it to help them with weapons? No, it's education and training to support Ukraine. So now we're paying other countries to help support Ukraine. So when we hear that these other countries, and this goes on, and most of them are Central Asia, Taiwan, the government of Taiwan transfers. I'm only on right now. I'm on page 10, and we're already billions upon billions of dollars that don't do anything for our border. $6 billion for ammunition for the Army, $2 billion for missiles for Israel. Now we're getting into Israel. Okay, so all those Democrats that hate funding Israel and all this, billions and billions of dollars are going for creation of weapons to defend
in a border
and help.
bill.
This is
the
border
key
bill
ingredient in the border bill.
I'm going to skip that because there's so much. I could do 3 hours on this.
Yeah, well, let's point this out, too, because Kamala Harris starts referencing these sorts of things, these sorts of bills. Mm-hmm. For instance, when we look at what was changed on day one, the idea of stay in Mexico, that was how it was going to be moving forward. That was what it was under the Trump administration. That was immediately rescinded under Biden and Harris, and that's one of the things she pointed out. What this bill would have done is actually make the legal standard in this country what it currently is, which is catch and release.
Yeah.
We get you, and that's the legal standard. That would not be able to be changed by a president by executive order if that was the case.
And then on top of this, because this is a bill that Kamala Harris always goes back and references and continues to talk about. She talked about it last night during the Brett Baer interview. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is sending $425 million more to Ukraine. This happened yesterday.
Well, that's part of this. I mean, look, there are other... Okay, I'm going to get to Title II now. Now, Title II, this is fun. For the border, by the way. This is for the border. This is their border bill that Donald Trump sunk. So if you're upset about it, I can understand why you're upset about it. An additional amount for science. In quotes, by the way. They put it in quotes, $98 million for distribution of equipment, medical stable radioactive isotopes. Okay, this has nothing to do with the border. Atomic energy defense activities. So then we get in, and now we're talking about millions upon hundreds of $1 million. And then you start to break down defense, nuclear, proliferation.
But the whole point in all these notes is that none of this has anything to do with
It's all
the
about
border.
federal salaries and military.
And paying and feeding the beast. And I know there is, but that's the thing. Like, we can go through it line by line.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
But the discussion is, the problem is there's nothing that is going to help the border. Nothing's there to secure the border. And all these people are flowing in with no possibility of stopping them, Los.
The problem is Kamala Harris continues to point to this bill as if this was the answer.
Yeah.
And it never was.
Here are the important parts in it that do actually go to the border. And I'm going to relate this because this is something that we brought up a few weeks ago when Helene hit. They talk about funding for the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Now, this is Section 210 of it, and it is called Funding for U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The money, $933 million, $333,333. So just under $1 billion. No more should be available for and to be transferred to FEMA for shelter and a humanitarian program that will take care of housing illegals. Now, and it's funny because they always put this in every single one, but no more than. Except an additional $350 million can be transferred to the DHS for Mayorkas to use to house and shelter any of these illegals. So there's part one. That's chapter 1, section 210.
Back to the FEMA discussion too, right? Yeah. That they said, oh, that's not at all what we're doing with FEMA money. Clearly
and that's where it is. And they're able to use it for any of those. Now, when they talk about hiring agents, they put it in here, 200 agents. 200 agents they would be able to hire. Now, the money for 200 agents and all the hiring, they said, is only $25 million. So think about billions and billions of dollars for Ukraine, Taiwan, and everybody else, Israel. We're going to hire 200 new agents that will, they'll be the actual police. The asylum officers, they're going to hire 800. So 1,000 total. So when they start throwing out these numbers, we're going to hire 1,000 more. 800 of them are to allow people to come in here
to
without
assist.
any vetting. Yeah, the chapter 2 is all about spending money on the Border Patrol. It's all about how to vet Custom Border Patrol, ICE, and military, discipline them, and train them. That's where the money comes in to help in that regard. I can break this down, and maybe I'll do it offline and do a special on it.
Yeah, man, be a good idea.
You won't
for
believe there's nothing
It
about
just gets
protecting the
deeper
United States here.
and deeper and deeper. They will lie to your face and tell you they're trying to help and they're trying to secure the border, but Donald Trump keeps sinking their efforts. Nobody buys it. Nobody believes it. Brett Baer referenced it last night. 79% believe that the border crisis is out of control and because of the Biden administration.
Just one more quick thing. There's legal defense for any of the illegals that create crimes while here, too.
Yeah, got to make sure
money that goes to them.
Got to make sure you're supporting those folks. Goodness gracious. Elon is putting his money where his mouth is. We'll discuss that next on the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. We're on the air until 10.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Hey, it's Front Office Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Skag Power Equipment. Whether you're a homeowner like myself or maybe you're a business owner and you've got a fleet, you got people that are taking care of all the yards around Georgia, you know all about Skag Power Equipment. You know how this is the time of year. You got all the fall jobs that are coming in. Dudes, you know it. I know it. We're talking about all those leaves that are now out in the yard. And for business owners, you know about getting those calls from your clients. Hey, I need you to come help me out with the yard. Well, with all those jobs coming in, let's get over to Howard Brothers and get ourselves that Skag Power Equipment. Howard Brothers and Skag have a full lineup of street blowers. They have the Skag windstorms. They have the vacuums. They have the debris loaders as well. They have some of the more powerful products that are out there in the marketplace and in the industry so that you can offer those premium services to your customers. Or as a homeowner, you can have those premium services right there in your garage. Don't wait till it's too late. Get your equipment for fall right now. Stop by one of your Howard Brothers locations and find your Skag equipment for the season. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Skag and with Howard Brothers.
Are you planning for your big day? Are you picking out the venue, the cake, the menu, the dress, the tux? And you can't forget about those wedding bands. Well, you're in luck because Wedding Band Weekend is back at Solomon Brothers Jewelers. October 25th through the 27th is the best time to save big on those wedding bands that you'll say I do with. During Wedding Band Weekend at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, when you buy her band, you get his for free. And to make your purchase even easier, we're offering 60 months interest-free financing on all of the top wedding band designers in the industry. That's 5 years to not worry about paying for those beautiful rings that symbolize your commitment. And remember, no matter the price, you'll find something nice. So come visit us October 25th through the 27th to shop for your wedding bands in Buckhead on Peachtree Road, Alpharetta Old Milton Parkway, and Sharpsburg on Highway 34 and Fisher Road, or online at SolomonBrothers.com.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
This is Bruce Hagan, the people's lawyer. When I started my firm, it was with the idea of providing personal representation for personal injury cases. We treat everybody like family, and it makes me so proud to work with my son to provide a great family-oriented law firm.
This is Matt Hagan. As a father-son team, we know the importance of working together to get our clients back on their feet. Let us here at Hagan Law be your advocates. You can find everything you need to know at hagan-law.com.
hagan-law.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
A lot of people talk about how much they cherish the First Amendment of the Constitution, that freedom of speech. It gets referenced no matter what's going on. People are like, well, I mean, I have a right to say what I want. I'm in America. I mean, how many times have you heard that over and over and over again? The difference is a lot of people wouldn't put their money where their mouth is. Elon Musk is not a lot of people, Los.
No, he's definitely a different kind of guy. And when you look at some of the ways that I can help him out, I'm now staring at Twitter X Premium going, do I now just have to buy this? Is this what's happening? This man, according to The Hill, has now loaded up a Trump super PAC over the last 3 months with $75 million going into the critical point of the campaign. The dude is basically saying, all right, I will support you in all the ways I can. I will show up on the campaign trail. And by the way, here's nearly $100 million of my money. Let's go win this thing.
Dude, I'm with you. Like, I've never even considered paying for a premium. But if we're in, if we'll put our hands in, say go team, I'm in, I'll do it too. Because I think it is important. There's such value in what Twitter is or X is. I wish they would call it X Twitter or Twitter X, because nobody calls it X. I mean, it is nobody calls it that. Elon, the only thing you're getting wrong is just leave it Twitter or call it Twitter X, whatever you want to do. But regardless, I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, I believe in what Elon Musk brings to the table, and I don't even agree with him on everything. That's the crazy thing. I don't even agree with him on everything, and yet still I am with him.
Well, consider this. Like, Rhino, this man is out there rescuing astronauts. His mech is now catching giant-ass rockets. He's saving free speech, and then he goes, by the way, here's $75 million, Trump. Let's go win this thing. Like, where's the point where you're supposed to say this guy isn't doing everything he can for this country? He is doing everything he can to save, really, just a republic in general, because he understands this is the last place that will stay. And if America falls and the republic falls, then so does the rest of the world. Everybody understands that. Elon Musk is smarter than all of the people. That's why he's so dangerous to the left. He understands free speech. They don't want that. He understands how to cut and make sure that everything is beneficial to the growth of a company or the growth of a country. He understands protecting our sovereignty. He's doing a better job at running the ideas of a government than Harris, Biden, and any Democrat has ever done. And by the way, as we are having issues across the world, even including in our own country with some of the natural disasters we've been dealing with, it's Elon who rolls in with Starlink. It's like here's the misstep here by this guy. Now, granted, it's going to be a misstep on what the government looks at him as, what the other side looks at him as curtailing their ability to control free speech. But where, as a common red-blooded American who loves this country, do you look at this guy and say, yeah, you've gone too far?
You can't, man. Everything he's done has been beneficial to Americans, which is what our government is supposed to do, and yet our government fails at doing every freaking day. That's the problem I have. The government, we fund it with our own money. We fund it every day, and it fails us every day.
Could you imagine that we ran our lives without balancing our checkbook or asking questions or saying, hey, we can't afford to spend on this anymore, or we were able to just print money? The world doesn't work that way, and that's the way Democrats continue to run it. Elon Musk understands it, and these are outsiders. These are businessmen who've created and used their own abilities to create wealth, to create prosperity, and that's such a threat to somebody who wants socialism and communism and doesn't want people to fall out of line, who want them to work for the government and do their bidding and not pay them and make sure they stand in food lines and just give them enough.
I see this morning Big Lots is closing 56 stores, like in 27 states. You're seeing cuts across the board. What is it? One of the unions is cutting like 17,000 jobs, and it's leaving me right off the top of my head which one it is. But isn't it maybe Lockheed or Boeing? One of those two. I just read it yesterday. You're just seeing the country hemorrhage all the things that we need to be successful. And Donald Trump is going to do his best. I feel like he's going to do his best to recreate the American economy. And with the help of really smart people, like Elon Musk.
Well, even earlier this week, we had Boeing that announced, hey,
it was Boeing. That was what it was, yeah.
Yeah, they had, I think they were
like 17,000.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds about right, about 17,000 jobs. And immediately when you recognize that an airline that has had a long history of success is suddenly cutting that many jobs, all right, well, what were the jobs in? You're already kind of struggling with some of the stuff that you're doing from a technological perspective. I just think that a lot of this comes back to we need to have the right people in charge of this stuff. And for the better part of 3.5 years, it's been the faculty lounge. And a lot of it is theory with a lack of practice. When Donald Trump got up in front of those people at that Bloomberg meeting and he started talking about in practice what they've done and the effect that it had, all you had was an academic across from him telling him why he was wrong, with a bunch of people in that room going, no, when we did it, he's right.
And it's funny to see the academic back on his heels, right? Because the room is clapping. They're cheering essentially for what Trump is talking about when it comes to economics and when it comes to the economy of the United States. And he said to the host from Bloomberg, look, I know you've been wrong for 25 years. Let me help you here. Let me help you understand what tariffs will do and how it can improve the United States. And I saw another guy last night on, I think it was CNBC, and he was talking about the tariffs that are on the U.S. products in Europe and in Japan even. The reason you never see a GMC or a Ford on the streets in Europe or in Japan is because there is 100% tariff. There's a reason that is happening. And Donald Trump, I feel like, will use that effectively in the United States to help rebuild this economy, and we need it so desperately.
Can I give you a real-world example featuring Rhino?
Yeah, please.
Of course.
Okay. Rhino, for this weekend, you can have 5 beers.
Okay. That's it.
See, that was too easy.
But that's
it. Now, the reason why I say this is a tariff is a negotiation. Rhino should be saying, wait a minute, 5, but I really want to do 10. I'm like, okay, well, you know what? And maybe we get to a point where suddenly it's 8. Yeah. And Rhino feels good about it, and I feel good about it. Donald Trump is talking about using tariffs in a way to negotiate the terms of trade. That, fine, if you want to take here, I'm going to put a tariff on you for 100%. No, you can't do that. All right, well then let's talk about what we're doing back and forth. That's what he's using tariffs for. That's what largely the academic media misses out on. It's a starting point by which we're going to negotiate. In this case, Rhino's weekend. Rhino should be pushing for 20 beers,
right,
5. What are you talking about? But if we land on 14, well, Rhino didn't get his 20 and I didn't get my 5. But you know what? He wins a little bit, I win a little bit. That is how we're supposed to be doing this internationally when it comes to figuring out what we've got going on in each other's economies.
If Rhino had 14 beers, what he got was drunk.
but what if he drank them all? But what if he drank them all at once in one day? Suddenly, Saturday and Sunday are out the window. Friday was great.
Slow down, right? I'm gonna have to calm this fella down. But I hope he's drinking a sip of water between 14 beers. He won't remember the name.
I could have done eggs and been like, Rhino, you could have 4 eggs. 4 eggs this weekend?
Yeah, no way, dude. I will fight you over eggs, man. I will eat breakfast for lunch, dinner, breakfast. I'll eat breakfast any time. Every time.
Breakfast through dinner is the greatest.
Janelle King is in the studio. She is here, and she's ready to take any question that you have or any discussion that you want to have with the Republican Party, with the upcoming election, with what we saw last night on Fox News Channel and the Georgia State Elections Board. 404-741-1230. 404-741-1230 is the number. If you have any question, ask away, and we will field those questions in the 9 o'clock hour. Janelle's going to hang out for the entire hour. You don't know how lucky you just became on your Thursday. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, this is a rant probably going to get me in trouble like I care. Clewiston, Florida. That's on the shores of Lake Okeechobee. There's a party going on, and 2 15-year-old boys at the party see some other boys who are part of a rival gang. So they naturally pull out their guns and start shooting. The 2 15-year-olds are in jail, charged with murder. A 16-year-old girl was killed, shot in the back of the head. And yes, you guessed it, you already knew all of the people involved were black. They lived in the Harlem Gardens apartment complex. I've said it before, stronger this time. This is black culture. This is the way of life among so many, the majority of urban black teenagers. I've called it the culture of violence. You become a teenager. You're black. You live in the city. Do you dream of having a car? No. You dream of having your gun. You have to have your damned gun. That's where your cred comes from. That's where your respect comes from. You reach a certain age and the search begins. Where am I going to get my gun? And then you carry it with you everywhere you think you can get away with it. You bad. Oh, you bad. Then you see somebody else, a rival gang member, and you think, oh my God, they've got a gun. Maybe they're going to shoot me. I got to get my gun out and shoot them first. The urban culture of violence, and nobody talks about it. Civil rights leaders, no. Law enforcement, no. Politicians, no. The number one cause of death among young male blacks is young male blacks. And if we don't start talking about this mess, it's only going to get worse. There is a culture of predatory violence. Admit it, own it, address it, solve it, if you dare. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
Hey, sandwich lovers. Today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely.
A not-so-rave review. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. From Trump running mate J.D. Vance to Vice President Harris's interview on Fox.
25 minutes of a person who couldn't answer a direct question. How many illegal immigrants have come in? She didn't answer that question.
Vance just told Fox.
What is it in the mind of this person that can't just acknowledge that she has been in power for 3.5 years and bears some responsibility as the sitting vice president for the condition that the country is in?
Now, he reacted specifically to Brett Baer asking Harris this.
Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years, so what are you turning the page from?
From the last decade, in which we have been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country.
The vice president also said,
I'm offering a plan to deal with affordable housing. I'm offering a plan to deal with what we need to do to strengthen small businesses, which are the backbone of America's economy.
Former President Trump at a town hall on Univision saying the Biden administration lost control of the border and the economy.
What they've done to this country is incredible in so many different ways.
A Fox News poll gives the former president a 2-point lead. A month ago, Vice President Harris led Trump by 2. President Biden has just taken off for Germany.
Aside from the U.S., Germany has been Ukraine's biggest partner in terms of helping them defend themselves against Russian aggression. So much of the focus here will be setting Ukraine on a course to continue to defend itself, with the future of the U.S. role in that a little bit unclear with the election on the horizon.
That's Fox's Jackie Heinrich in Berlin. The U.S. went on the attack in Yemen with airstrikes targeting weapons stored by the Houthis, Iran-backed militants who've been attacking ships in the Red Sea region. Americans shopped more last month. Retail sales in the U.S. rose 0.4% from August, more than expected. America's listening to Fox News.
You know, I'm a gun guy, Second Amendment guy, and I want to tell you about a family-owned company that I just love. It's Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they make more than 200 models of rifles, shotguns, revolvers right here in America. The quality's so good, they have a lifetime guarantee. The craftsmanship and smooth action, they are top-notch. I speak from experience. Every Henry I own, accurate right out of the box. They've all been reliable ever since. The best way to learn about Henry, get their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are and a great newsletter. Just go to henryusa.com. That's one word, henryusa.com. Click on the free catalog button. It's in the upper right-hand corner. And they even donate to our military and veterans and law enforcement and first responders, children's hospitals, families with sick kids. They do it all. And also Guns for Great Causes programs. Anyway, go to henryusa.com, get your free catalog, free decals, and a list of dealers where you are, henryusa.com.
Search for the Xtra 106.3 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Doug Rhino and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We have debated and discussed the Kamala Harris interview last night on Fox News Channel. We've kicked this thing every which way but Sunday. So we have brought in the big guns to get some opinions, to get some reaction that maybe you haven't gotten from the three of us this morning. And we welcome Janelle King to the show. How are you, ma'am?
I am wonderful.
Thank
you for having me.
Great to have you. It always is. And look, if you have any questions about anything that is going on with the Republican Party, the election, the Georgia State Elections Board, any question that you have for Janelle, she will answer them. She'll field them today at 404-741-1230. But otherwise, we'll just start with the obviously the big discussion, the Bret Baier, Kamala Harris interview. Did you see it the way we did? Because it looked rough.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I haven't.
Right.
You know why? Because I've been fighting election stuff.
I know, right?
So,
you were in court yesterday, you said.
We were in court yesterday at 2 p.m. and it's fine. It's interesting. You know, the judge's ruling, 11-page ruling, came out within a matter of moments. You know, I mean, he's the fastest typer in the world.
Its word processing is next level.
Oh, it's next level. But yeah, I was just telling you that. I mean, the case started the hearing started at 2 p.m. By 6 p.m. I know Dr. Jan went and she was there in person, but by 6 p.m. she was at home on her couch. You know, we're with our attorneys, you know, talking to our attorneys. So I'm like, man, this is like the fastest turnaround on 7 rules I've ever seen.
They already knew. They already knew what they wanted to do and how they wanted to interfere and how they wanted to stop creating rules or protecting elections, because that's what this is about. This is about securing and making sure that everybody feels comfortable with our elections. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, doesn't matter if you're a Republican. When we look at the Georgia Constitution, the state election board is supposed to come up with rules, is supposed to figure out ways throughout the entire thing, and the General Assembly has said that, and that's what part of it is to figure out how we can make these safe and make everybody feel good. They're playing games with this, and look, I understand they're saying, hey, we got to have the General Assembly vote on it. That's fine. But that's laws. We're talking about rules. This is very confusing for a lot of people.
It's confusing for me too, because, you know, when these rules go into a promulgating process, meaning we post them online for the public, they also go to our legislators' attorneys. So they have the opportunity to tell us, okay, nope, you're making law, or this is too much, this is outside of your purview. We don't have anything from them. They did not, no one responded. So I'm like, you know, so now we have a judge that's telling us that we're doing something that their own attorneys didn't say we were doing, but this is where we are. So, you know what? I mean, an appeal is coming. It has to.
Yeah.
Bringing in front office Los, we're talking about the ruling where, you know, they say you cannot count the ballots.
I will tell you this, Janelle. I got a chance to do a little bit of a meeting with some of the Forsyth County Republicans, notably Senator Sean Still, who's going to be a guest on the show tomorrow, and then Tricia Hoyas, who's also been running for basically to represent our council here with our students. One of the things that everyone brought up in that room, probably about 20, 25 people, about 22 had already voted. And so the idea that this is going to somehow be restrictive to early voting or to counting, or this is going to make things more difficult, clearly had not shown in Forsyth County in the first 48 hours of early voting.
Right. I mean, the rule was for Election Day. So, I mean, it would not have gone into effect as of right now. No one would be experiencing it. It doesn't affect the voter experience at all. And this is the hand count rule. And let me tell you why this is important. Because I recently found out, just this morning, I got a phone call. And this is let's give a shout out, first of all, I want to give a shout out to the election director in DeKalb County, because the election director is doing a fabulous job from what I'm hearing. She's fabulous. So this is not a dig on her. She is following the procedures and the rules. But I was informed that there was a situation where there was a scanner that got jammed, and they called in someone to do the technical stuff. But in the process, they were asking people to just hand over their ballots, and they're putting it in a secured box, but they're not putting it in a scanner. Right. So you know how you get to see where the number changes? There are people who are not seeing that, and that's what I'm hearing. So we're investigating this. But this is a perfect example why you need a hand count rule at the end of the of Election Day.
They are so afraid of it's funny, because if the roles were reversed, they'd be calling for all these plus some. Right? I mean, Democrats would be all over this. Stacey Abrams would want this. Yep. Every single person would want this.
She did.
Of course she did. And that was my point.
Yeah, back then,
this is what she's wanted. This is what Democrats wanted. But as soon as it takes away the ability to actually make sure everything is secure for some reason, and this is just my thought personally, is you want to cheat. If you don't want to count ballots and make sure they match up, then I'm going to tell you what. For every Democrat, I want you to give me $100. I'm going to give you $200 back. But we're not going to count what I give you back.
I mean, look, it's unfortunate that could happen, but I'm choosing to have faith in our election workers. Yeah. Whereas I don't have a lot of faith in our Secretary of State's office, but I do have faith in the people on the ground. I'm hoping that they will just simply do the right thing. We have poll watchers all over the place. We have attorneys all over the place. So I know the RNC is on the ground. So it is. We're doing the best we can.
They didn't give me security in these elections. Yesterday when I was at the poll, I kept looking at the machine twice, going, where are they going to go and put this in? You see the Dominion right on the top of it, and I'm like,
that doesn't feel nice.
And I'm looking, I'm like, there's a USB port. There's a USB port.
I had a very nice lady who, as I'm scanning my printout into the machine, she goes, "Okay, you voted." And I kind of looked at her. I was like, "Have I?"
Yeah, right. But Janelle, and I think a lot of people in the state of Georgia feel that same way. We want to believe, we want to trust. It's in our nature to trust,
right?
Because we've been taught that our system is the greatest system on earth, and it is.
Mm-hmm. It has to be
but when it's not being manipulated. And right now, it feels like it's being manipulated at the deepest levels of our government and of just elections. It just doesn't feel right to me, man. And that's the thing that scares me to death, because I don't want people to lose that faith and just be like, I'm not going to go vote. Why would I? Doesn't matter anyway.
I know. Please don't do that. What we are telling people is to vote early. Vote early, because if these things that are happening, these election officials can now fix it and rectify it in real time when you have early voting. So vote early. Do not wait to the last minute. That's what we're telling everyone.
The reaction. So when you put up your advertisement, I should say, or marketing to that you're going to do this today, I had to sit back and read the comments from the left. The tolerant left, by the way.
Loving left.
They're so kind, aren't they?
The most hateful, disgusting, racist, misogynist, xenophobes that I've ever seen in my life. And the way that they can't have this conversation because they're such a cult that they don't even look into, wait, we've asked for this for so long. We've asked for this and used race and everything else as an excuse of why we need ballots hand counted, why we need this done, why we need poll watchers, why we need this. And then they come and attack you.
I know. You know what? They're propagandized, right? So what I'm doing is I'm isolating my emotions towards people.
I don't know
because
how you do that. I really don't.
You have to.
I don't know.
You know what? As a believer, I have no choice. And when I look at this situation, what I see is you have people, voters that are on the ground who's not a part of the details of this. They don't understand the process. They don't know what we're dealing with.
Don't.
That is most people,
right.
And they're emotional. channel. And so when I see these hateful comments and stuff, sometimes I try to respond and educate. Other times I let it be because it's like, they're propagandized and it's on both sides of the aisle. This is not just Democrats. The case that the judge that ruled on quickly was Republicans.
Judge McBurney.
Cox.
Oh, yeah,
Judge Cox.
Got it.
McBurney. Yeah. We actually was like, you know what? Okay, he just said, let's not do it for this election. He also said these could be good rules. So we're okay with McBurney.
Yeah, sure.
But Cox, that was a concern of mine. But that case that he was listening to came from Republicans. That didn't come from Democrats.
Wow.
It came from Republicans.
The confusion, I think, is because if I'm getting it confused, because of how much it's bounced around and how much it's changed and how much it's went back and forth and the ruling fors and the ruling against. Yeah. We talk about it every day and I still bumble it up. Can you imagine what everyday Georgians and probably I would even say across the country, because there's a lot of states having the same issues. You wonder why there's confusion. You wonder why that people are responding the way they do is because they don't know which way's up. They know something doesn't feel right. They know something isn't right. Yet they don't know what it is and they don't know how to figure it out.
I know. It's the chaos, right? It's almost like they want chaos, right? They want everyone confused, right? But that's like the number one, sign of propaganda, right? Is that to create this mass chaos. You got people on the ground fighting family members, but then when you look at the top, they're all working together. There are Republicans and Democrats working together to stop these rules. But on the ground, you can't even talk to your family member.
It's not fun. I don't want to say it's fun, but it is interesting to see how from the first day that we all kind of got together with Extra 106.3 and we brought you and Kelvin in and he's running for Senate and your feelings towards, this government is okay and everything else, to where you are today and just the change in having to go and work and do, a government job in a way, even though you're not getting paid like, you would be if you were part of the military industrial complex. But now you're... Talk about how your opinion of what we've seen in 2020 now might have changed because of what you've had to deal with.
You know what? I will say that the outcome, I still don't know about the outcome, right? Because we're looking at the process. But what has changed is that my confidence in the process has shifted because I'm realizing that there's so many steps in place and that's supposed to create a checks and balance, but it's not. It's not really. And I get really concerned when we are out here trying to do our job because basically what we were just told is that we are to do nothing. Yeah. And we just supposed to sit there and look cute. This is ridiculous. That's not the way it's supposed to work. Time. Right. And if that was the case, then why is the Secretary of State so upset that he's no longer the chairman of the board? if we had no power. So clearly there's a reason why he wants that seat. So, but now you're telling us that we can't do anything? So this is where it gets confusing. This is where people is being misled. And that is where I feel the most disappointment because I feel like the voters are being misled.
Yeah, Los, sure. I think, and we've had this discussion too, just the disappointment that we see on the faces of people and we hear it when they call in and talk about how They want to believe, and yet they don't. And I know I said this a little bit earlier, but we hear it, Los. When people call in, we hear it in their voices.
Janelle King is our guest on the Morning Extra, and I point that out because we talked about it at last night's meeting. There is such a fight at the top, Janelle, just as you're pointing out. A lot of them Republican-oriented, where there are Republicans that are down ballot that don't trust what's going on at the top of the party. And I think that's the confusing part for a lot of us that are really adhering to, just as you're saying, we've heard other people say, get out, vote early, it makes it harder to play games. Yet we don't have that confidence at the top of what's going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I am encouraging people to try to not see this as a partisan issue because it's not partisan. Yeah. There are Democrat races that have been affected. There are Republican races that are being affected, right? It goes across the board. And to be honest, it's really local races that get hit the hardest because when you are walking into a precinct and you're not seeing a person's name on the ballot that you went in there to specifically vote for, that's a problem. Then what do we do? What do you do in that moment? Late. It's just, right, you just have to wait until the end to do a recount, to do an audit, to try to do it all on the back end. We were trying our best to put rules in place that will strengthen the laws that surround our election process. But, like I said, when you have judges who feel like that's not necessary, we can just keep things the way it is. This is not a 2020 issue. This is the 2016 issue. Hillary Clinton is the first person who's claimed that there was some type of election fraud going on. Then in 2018, we saw Stacey Abrams and Sarah Amico Riggs. Then we go to 2020 and we see President Trump. This didn't start in 2020. So we're talking about people complaining since 2016, and here we are in 2024, and we can't put rules in place?
Talking about
That's
taking
where
a
we
step
are?
backwards. But I think that's something that gets really lost, because you had told me this in a sidebar conversation that, like, in those elections, those 2016 and 18, that there were anomalies. There were things that were wrong, and it did affect the Democrats.
Yes, it did. And where I believe, went wrong as Republicans is that we ignored it because we were winning.
Because it benefited us.
Right.
Yeah.
It benefited us.
It's
at
easy
that
to turn a
time.
blind eye, and which is exactly what the Democrats are doing now.
That's what's happening. It just flipped.
They continue to do this. I mean, any kind of policy or any idea that they throw through is, hey, you know what? We're going to change the Supreme Court. We're going to add all these justices. Right. Well, what happens if you lose?
Right.
What happens if you
when
lose?
it comes back to haunt you?
What happens when it all turns over?
Right. So, I mean, that's why we have to work for all America. And when you look at the Democrats, they're not doing that for all of them. They're working for small pockets and small groups. And the reality is they're pandering. Yeah. They're pandering to say, hey, black men, we know you don't want to vote for us because we haven't done anything for you in 12 out of the 16 years.
Black
but
men
guess
are my
what?
Hero.
We are going to give you $20,000 each. Just to vote for me, knowing $12 trillion in reparations and all these things they know will never come true and actually don't help build this country in any way. I know. It's sad.
It's really bad. It's really bad. You know, I like to tell this story. So there was a time when I lived in East Point, and when I was there were no Republicans on the ballot. There was nothing but Democrats, and I met some good Democrats that were actually trying to do the right thing in their cities. And I refuse to act as if there's no Democrats that are doing the right thing, especially on a local level when you're dealing with millage rates and stuff like that. You know, it's possible to find people who want to do the right thing. And I had to vote for Democrats because there were no Republicans. So this is, for me personally, this is not a partisan thing. It never has been. It's only been about the election process. And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. Yeah. You deserve a election that you can have faith in.
And that's Janelle King is our guest here on the Morning Extra, and that's equally the part that bothers me about this, Janelle, because when you're talking about at the local level, there are people that are Democrats that I'll agree with what their ideas are, and I'll say, you know what, I can understand where you're trying to earn my vote.
Yep.
I think as we get higher up into this starts to feel more like that uniparty system where there's a certain amount of horse trading. Here's who you're going to be. You're going to get this piece of power, then you're going to get this piece of power, and we'll make sure that we'll have all the plebes down ballot and all the smaller communities fighting amongst each other, not realizing that we're the problem at the top.
Exactly. That's what I'm seeing, and that's where it gets frustrating. I'm like, do not turn your family member away because they're on a different side of the aisle.
Right.
Stop doing that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You're not doing it at the top.
I got plenty of those crazy people in my
My
life.
Aunt Peg would hold my head under the water.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Aunt Peg, don't do it. Don't do it.
She would hold my head under the water.
You like this water, Navy tug?
Yeah. I'm telling you.
No, I'm not driving tug. We're playing bobbing for apples.
Exactly right. But I can't breathe. I ain't got no air. Let me up. Let me up.
So,
let me up.
are you willing to take questions from some of the people who
I can't
obviously
wait.
want to attack you all day? I'm sure they'll call
totally
in
fine.
and ask questions and do all that. Okay.
And you can share them on
Amen.
social media too, at Extra1063. So delighted, as always, to have Janelle King in with us. Here on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10, 9 o'clock hours, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. We'll continue with Janelle next on the Morning Extra. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
You know that stupid idea she has of the unrealized capital gain?
Oh, my God. Tell that story.
Your mom purchased her home 40 years ago, paid $50,000 for it, all paid off, which is great because mom is living on a fixed income. It's now worth $500,000. Kamala wants her to pay 25% of that gain, even though she has no plans on selling her home. Now, mom has to take out a $112,000 loan on the home to pay the 25% Kamala unrealized capital gain. Mom cannot afford that loan on her fixed income with rising inflation, so she loses the home she raised her family in and worked so hard to pay off. But don't worry, a big corporation will come in and buy her home and rent it back to her. They said you will own nothing and be happy. Do you now see how they will accomplish that? Drain your savings and tax you out of your home. Capital gains will also apply to your 401, etc. Do a lot of thinking before you elect this woman.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Hi, this is Ben.
And I'm Walt from Horizon Background Screening. The companies that typically use us are law firms. Any business that has a problem with an employee will often hire us if they need some sort of investigation done or some kind of background check.
We're going to help you hire the right person on the front end so that you don't spend all this time with training and all those kind of things and then realize that wasn't a good hire.
The best way for people to find us is on our website. A quick Google search of Horizon Background Screening or look at us at horizonscreening.com.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
The end of the year is closing in, and with it, another tax year comes to an end. As you prepare to file your taxes, consider the efficiency of your tax strategy. Have you maximized your IRA and Roth contributions? Do you have an RMD strategy in place? Are you making moves now to maximize your future tax-free income? Not only is the year-end fast approaching, but the 2017 tax cuts sunset at the end of 2025, placing many Americans in a higher tax bracket. Don't just report your taxes, plan for them. Contact Master Plan Retirement Consultants now to create a retirement plan specifically designed for you. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation where we can illustrate your retirement outlook and create a plan together for your future. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, October 17th. A 21-year-old Buckhead man was killed over the weekend after a friend he invited to Atlanta from New York for Pride weekend allegedly stabbed him to death. Mauricio Incencio had come to the U.S. to escape violence and had invited 36-year-old Orlando Larchaga to Atlanta, paying for his airline ticket from New York. According to police, the incident happened in front of witnesses at the Prominence Apartments in Buckhead. Atlanta police have charged the suspect with murder and possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. 3 men have been acquitted of the murder of 2 teens at a Douglasville Sweet 16 party that took place in 2023. Timothy Coleman, Kingston Cotman, and Takel Beverly Smart were all found guilty of violating Street Gang and Terrorism Prevention Act, and 2 of the defendants were also found guilty of aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of an illegal weapon. They are expected to be sentenced on November 14th. And Fulton County Superior Court Judge Thomas Cox Jr. invalidated 7 new rules the state election board passed to help safeguard accurate results in the 2024 election and ensure ballot accounting. Cox wrote that Georgia's constitution provides that only the General Assembly can set election procedures. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106. 1063.
We have the best guest always. When Janelle comes in, she brings a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of experience with her, and she is armed with the truth, and that is the most important thing. I know that's the discussion that we always have, and we always put things through the perspective of our faith. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you, I don't know how you expose yourself to this experience, the arrows, the slings, the ugly things that are said about you, knowing that they're not true, and some of the people that are saying it know it's not true, but they use it to benefit themselves or their party or whatever it is. How do you do it?
I respect human nature. And I know that in this world, we're going to be persecuted. We're going to be there's going to be tribulation, and you're going to be hated. Truth will always be hated. It will always. So once you know that, you expect it. And so that's how it is. I expect it. I know I'm going to wake up to a whole bunch of hate mail every day. But I also know that these are people that are reading these snapshots. They're being wound up. And I understand human nature. And so I'm not upset with them. I don't get frustrated with people that are just, reading stuff and getting emotional about it and not knowing how to control their feelings. I don't get upset about that. What I get upset about is the people who fed them that information, it's the people who fed them the information. That's what upsets me.
I tell you, I don't have, and you and I talk about our faith more than probably anything else that we discuss, and I don't have that. I want to have that, and I don't.
It's a choice.
I know.
You have it. You do have it.
Let me tell you.
You just got to do it without feeling like you want to do it.
I have to ask Christ for his forgiveness and guidance every day and just say, Lord, let me love people the way you love them, because I do not.
You have to choose to.
I know. And I do my best to, but it is a challenge. So I commend you, and I'm so... Envy's not the right word to use, but I wish my faith was as strong as yours, and I wish I could walk in that, and it's going to take me a long time to do that. But because none of this is stopping, and you brought up something in the break that you experienced, because we saw what CBS did with the interview with Kamala Harris, and they changed out answers for her, which is, goodness gracious, talk about integrity. There doesn't seem to be doesn't seem to exist there. But you had this same thing happen with the election board, like a CBS style edit where they took your words out of context and changed them up.
Oh yeah, they always take things out of context. They take my words out of context all the time. You know what? So yeah, when I was reading the articles with Judge McBurney, I found it interesting. I said, they left out the part where he said, the rule does state that you have to conduct your reasonable inquiry within the certification period. The fact that they were claiming that our rule was going to somehow delay certification when we put it in the rule to not delay certification is McBurney was confused about that too.
So let me clear this up, because you never said we're not changing the date of certification. We're going to try our best and make sure that we're able to certify the results, but able to certify the results by the date, because it doesn't happen on November 6th.
They have to. The rules say they have to do it by that date. They have to do it by that date. You want to make sure that we're able to. Yeah, not only that, but we saw in the past where we had board members who did not certify. And their reasoning was because they didn't feel confident signing that legal document without seeing the data that they are signing that is accurate, that is perfect, that is free of fraud. That's what the document says. They just wanted to see, where did this data come from? Yeah. And this judge felt like, no, you don't need to see that.
But he did
just sign it anyway.
But he did say about the hand counts that he thought it was good to ensure accuracy in our results, and he made sure of that, and that's why he never made a ruling on this. And then Cox comes in and makes a complete ruling because, he's a Democrat, and they're going to work for themselves.
What he said was he acknowledged that this may be good election rules, and that the rule simply is trying to make sure the machine counts are accurate. And then he went on and continued on and talking about that. But he sees what we were trying to do. And when you have cases where machines are going down and scanners are going down and people are having to put their their ballots somewhere else for now until they scan them later.
Second box.
This is how this type of stuff happens. And you were talking about human error. That's what it is. Human error. This is what happens.
Well, you do need to have people who can count, and that training is invaluable to teach people how to count pieces of paper. So we don't have
Count
time.
Dracula.
Count Dracula.
One and a two. This is why I know my
That'd be great. Have a
executive
class for
director talked about
Democrats
that.
and just have the countdown there. One vote.
But Los, that's the thing, man. This is happening not just in Georgia. We're seeing this happen across the country.
No, and I think this is the interesting part where Janelle get involved in this, because the fight's a little different in places. For instance, we were listening to Governor Youngkin bring up in Virginia, hey, I'm looking to clear up my voter rolls and make sure there's no illegals here. That shouldn't be any sort of problem. And yet the federal government swoops in and goes, oh, hold on a second. You might ruin this entire election. No matter what happens with the idea of increasing election integrity, the other side, and sometimes the top of our side, swings in and goes, hold on a second. I don't know if you want to do that so close to an election.
I know, right. I mean, all of that is, as you can see, it is happening across the nation. I mean, it's not just Georgia. I want to encourage voters to, number one, vote early. But number two, if you see something and you have a complaint, do not just send it to the Secretary of State's office. Send it to us as well, because we don't have access to wherever those complaints are going. And I'm not assuming, or I'm just saying that I would like to see them as well. I think having additional form of documentation matters. So document what you're feeling and what you're seeing.
Make sure you tell people how to reach out to you.
Yes. So go to you can just shoot me an email. Shoot me an email is jking.seb@gmail.com and put in the subject complaint, so that I can easily search it and I can find it, because we get about 500 emails a day.
Well, exactly. And then that's going to be tough to remember for folks. So social media, too.
Social media. Yes, I am Janelle King. So any way you can find me. If you Google me, I mean, you'll find my website for the podcast.
Oh, my Lord.
I mean,
I can only imagine.
Just Google my name, and anywhere where you see something that goes to me, send it to me.
You didn't know you used to be so internet famous.
I did not. I became very Googleable really fast.
Yeah, and for the left, if you want to send all your hate mail, it's at @IM_Janelle.
Yeah, but don't, because
please don't send hate mail.
It's not necessary.
That's all they do. Is that really?
It doesn't bother me, so it's more of a waste of a time.
Do you even pay attention to it? Do you even read them?
I don't.
All you have to see is
majority of them I don't even see.
You don't even see them, right? Oh, thank God.
I don't go looking for it. You kind of got to look for it, right? Go into the comments.
It's not hard.
Every once in a while.
I saw how beautiful the post you put up was, and all I did was look at it. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me with these people. Liar! You lie! MAGA extreme and maggot. You're a maggot now.
I'm so everything. I think Roland Martin said that my black ancestors was angry with me, and I'm like, man.
What about John Oliver?
Who's that? Roland Martin.
Yeah. What about John Oliver? Make sure he
John
talked about you.
Oliver
That was a good one too.
Straight up lied on his show.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
gracious,
just
man.
like,
I just don't envy what you're doing. I'm so happy that we have someone like you, but 99.9% of people would not do this.
You know what? I see it as most people that are, whether you're standing for truth with your family or if you're doing it on the platform that I am, regardless, there's so many people taking arrows right now in so many different ways that I do not feel special. I feel like I'm just part of the Army. Just part of the Army.
404-741-1230. Robertson, Kennesaw got a question for Janelle King. Robert, good morning. Thank you.
Yes. Appreciate your time and talent. Thank you for your courage.
Thank you.
Two things. First, I'm very surprised that nobody nationally has ever mentioned the rules of evidence for circumstantial evidence, method, motive, and opportunity for vote fraud. And yet, if you add morals, madness, and morality to that, the opposing side, bless their hearts, has no morals and is literally near insane with their hatred for Trump, for conservatives in many cases, where it's morally correct in their minds to commit fraud, to vote many times or to throw out ballots or to fight an effort to have an honest election. In other words, on them, it appears that their morality says not only will I cheat if I can, but I must cheat.
You know what? I will say that I think we're dealing with two groups. I think we're dealing with the group of people that may think the way you're talking and may see it the way you're saying it. And I also think we're dealing with people who just don't like change. They are stuck to the status quo. And they're like, okay, I'm okay with some human error. I mean, if a couple of thousand ballots are double counted and it doesn't affect outcomes, I'm okay with it. Well, yeah, until you're on a local race and your race is determined by 12 or 15 votes.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it becomes real big.
Oh, it becomes a problem then.
Well, I mean, I think when you find 3,000 double counted ballots in one county, in one batch, and you lose a state by 12,000, and you go, well, we have 159 counties.
Yeah.
How do we know how many mistakes would have added up?
Exponential. This number just continues to snowball.
We've gotten comfortable with human error or some error, and that's what slow walk us into that.
And then we don't want humans to go ahead and look and say, well, let me see if I can fix this, because there's 3 ballots in the computer and I only have 2.
Exactly. We don't want them to fix it, but
we don't want them doing that.
You know, but I hear it all the time. They were like, well, of course there's some error in elections. And I'm like, okay.
But we don't
not
allow
supposed to be.
But here's the thing, we don't allow error in sporting events.
You don't allow error at your bank.
Absolutely you don't.
When they decide to give you $5 less than what you asked for.
100%, but that's
or any math class and test I've taken for,
they don't allow
15, 20 years.
Exactly.
But that's the thing, Lowe's. People do not allow errors except when it comes to being able to manipulate elections, or it seems that would be the reasoning for allowing it.
My morality allows for me to understand that there's going to be cheating. Like, that's going to happen on both ends, and everyone's going to attempt to do it. Errors are different. Errors, it's almost we know better. We know that these possibilities of having these mistakes are out there. Why don't we fix those? I can understand the cheating. The cheating's going to happen. The errors, to me, is my problem.
Yeah, that's my issue too. I'm like, if we've seen where errors have occurred, why not put in some checks and balances and some parameters to prevent it from happening in the future? Why do we continue to let it happen?
I wonder why, and I wish liberals would call, or I wish that, people who feel differently than what we feel about protecting our elections, I want to know what they're upset about on any of these 7 rules that they've overturned. I want to know, what are you upset about having poll watchers? So we should get rid of all the Democrat poll watchers, right?
Every part of the election process.
Yeah,
that's what we wanted.
So we should get rid of the ones that are Democrats in Fulton County. They shouldn't be there, right?
I know. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what they're.
We shouldn't count ballots.
What the pushback is, because it makes no sense. Rhino, your point is perfectly on, because none of it makes sense.
Here's a weird thing. Let's just say, for some reason, Donald Trump ends up winning Fulton County, right? By 3 votes. Is there any way they're going to ask for a hand count of those ballots?
They won't ask for it. They'll demand it. They will demand it.
Oh, they will. Now, what if there was somebody that was like, hey, I can't certify this because I'm pretty sure that Kamala won this. And I actually saw I think there's 17 more ballots that weren't counted correctly. I mean, they're okay with that, right?
Oh, I guess
Democrats
so.
are
That's what they're saying.
fine. Okay, good.
They're
I just
okay
want to make
with
sure,
it as long as it doesn't happen to us. But again,
we're the same way though.
But I'll get ready to say. Yeah. But again, we got to make sure we keep it in perspective. It's not a partisan issue.
It's not,
because these were Republicans that came after us and came after these rules, not Democrats. I mean, we saw Democrats and Republicans. We had Cobb County, we had DeKalb, and we also had what was it, Scott Turner's organization. Yeah. So I mean,
what do you think the motivation for those Republicans is it just hey, I got to save my seat, I don't want too many Democrats, I'm in an area where I have enough Democrats that could unseat me? I mean, is that the reason you think that they're kind of going against this, or they just don't want any kind of what they might consider chaos around our election?
I mean, I try not to speculate, but for the sake of the question, I will say I personally think we have a subset of Republicans who are just exhausted with this process. They're exhausted with the rehashing of the past, right?
But that's kind of the point, though, right? Is they want the other side at least wants them to be exhausted, so they just say uncle.
So exactly. So, and I think they just feel like, guys, this is they believe everything that they read. They believe everything that they are told, and I can't fight it, right? I mean, what else are they supposed to hold on to? So there are people that just are like, you know what you're saying is not true. It did not happen. And okay, we do have missing ballots, but it's not a big deal. And They're just people who don't see it the way I see it. Whereas I'm a person of justice. Like I hate injustices, so I want to fix it every time.
Stand on the truth.
I wish some of the keyboard warriors that feel so free to get behind and have all these complaints would call in, ask your questions, challenge Janelle, challenge Tug, myself, and of course Carlos. Call us because we need to have this conversation with you.
Janelle, we're going to let you go because you have another media appointment. But thank you for coming in and sitting with us and hashing this out and talking to folks about what's really happening at the Georgia State Election Board and your perspective on it. And thank you for the sacrifice, because that's what it is.
Absolutely. And anybody that has any questions, feel free to email me, jking.seb@gmail.com.
And then social media?
I am Janelle King at all platforms.
There you go. Find her easily. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. SouthernExteriors.co is their website. SouthernExteriors.co, 8779 Southern is their phone number if you want to reach out to them that way. More to come. We're trying to find something positive, something funny to end the show on this Thursday. Next on the Morning Extra.
Fan and Extra 106.3 are proud to salute all those who've served our great nation at our 2024 Veterans Day Golf Classic. Friday, November 8th at Heritage Golf Links. Join all your favorite fan and Extra personalities for a day of golf, prizes, and fun, all benefiting our friends at the Warrior Alliance. Special thanks to Georgia Power, Henri's Bakery, Kia Mall of Georgia, Kroger, Hennessy Automotive Group, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Realtree, Fire Safety and Protection, and First Watch.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with All Four Seasons Garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, the Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
Oh, such a clutch off-season pickup, Dave.
I know, right? I was worried we'd bring back the same team.
Oh, no, I meant those blackout motorized shades. MVP of the room.
Blinds.com made it crazy affordable to replace our old blinds.
Hard to install?
No, it's easy. Even you could do it.
Nice.
I installed these and then got some for my mom, too.
You fly across the country to do the install?
Nope. Blinds.com can do it all. All she had to do was pick what she wanted. She talked to a design consultant for free and scheduled a professional measure and install.
Look at you, Hall of Fame son.
Oh, I just picked the winning team. They're the #1 online retailer of custom window coverings in the world.
Oh, Blinds.com is the GOAT.
The GOAT.
Shop Blinds.com right now and get up to 40% off select styles and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Save up to 40% at Blinds.com. Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. It's so refreshing to have Janelle King on the show, and we're always just delighted.
She's crazy, man.
For doing what she's doing, absolutely crazy. I agree. The sweetest woman I think I've ever met.
Really?
Kelvin is the luckiest man in the world, and
She's
he is
way better human than I am.
And he's A+ too. Gosh, they're just a wonderful family, and they care about truth, and they care about what's right. And interesting, Los, because you're on location today, we had a call from Liberal John, and Liberal John said he appreciates what Janelle King is doing, which I appreciate him taking the time to call and say that, because we obviously see things differently. But Los, he added this. He said it wouldn't matter because Trump would have still lost. And and immediately I was like, well, how do you know that? Because we didn't count.
It's funny that no matter what, there always has to be that I've stepped out of my herd.
Yeah.
But now I got to make sure and return right back to my herd.
But you know what? Look, I mean, I'm fine with Liberal John saying
Sure,
that
me
because,
too.
As of I understand why he would think that. But prove it.
Yeah, but that's the point.
Stop blocking everything to look into the election. Stop
and
calling
by the way,
them. I mean, that's
Republicans
fine.
at the top stopping this
Yes,
as well.
that's right. They're low down, dirty.
They're all disgusting.
And I think this is what...
but I think that's what Liberal John sees, too.
I hope that that's what he's getting. This is not a partisan issue. This is the power of the uniparty at the top on both the Republican and Democrat ends that essentially have been horse trading, that have basically been doing the... Hey, you're going to win this part of the election. We're going to take this. We're going to do this. You're going to hear something tomorrow when Sean Still talked about this last night when I went to his event. Do you realize his job is for $21,000 in the Georgia State Senate?
Wow, that's
and
too much.
And the Democrats have spent $1 million trying to get his seat.
I know, right?
Think about the craziness of that idea and how at the top you will have Republicans and Democrats horse trading. Okay, you'll be in power here. You know what? If we need to make sure that we keep you in power, let's redraw your district line for you to make sure that this person's in it and this person's not. This game at the top is dirty as hell, and it applies to both ends.
And it's not even Georgia Democrats that are just trying to get Sean's seat. This is coming from Washington, D.C. and everywhere else to get it and putting it into a candidate. And then, of course, we know what they're trying to do to him and with the whole idea of election interference. I mean, this is just an attack and an attack. But I think it is important that I think there are a lot more Liberal Johns, common sense, humans that understand they may be liberal, they may be Democrats, but they actually have some kind of common sense that they can differentiate when this will turn around and get you. We see the crazies, of course, because they're the ones that are emotional and will react right away. So I think there are a lot more Liberal Johns that are like, I don't see the big deal. Why are we making it? I mean, yeah, I'm still on your side, but like, why?
Yeah. And we'll talk to Sean tomorrow in the 8 o'clock hour. And also 925 Diane Jackson, who's running for Georgia House of Representatives, District 42 here in Smyrna. So a big show again tomorrow, too. But it's you believe when you hear me or Rhino or Los or anybody say you're lucky to have Janelle King on that elections board because she cares about the truth. And she, as she said it, and Los just echoed it, it's not a partisan issue. This has screwed Democrats just as much as it screwed Republicans. And it's the most focused on is 2020. That's the one that gets the most attention. But that is not the only time that it's happened. Just keep that in mind.
And John, and here's what he's probably missing on. We would be finishing up the Hillary presidency right now, and Stacey Abrams would be your governor.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
See how that didn't help you out?
Didn't help you at all.
This is the short-sightedness of partisanship. This is how little you get the whole view, because you're busy still thinking like, well, we stopped Hitler. Well, guess what? I stopped Lady Hitler and her cousin, other Lady Hitler. Okay,
was it called the Chef's Kiss?
The chef's kiss. Yes.
That's what he did. Right there.
Look, and this is why I'm excited about Project 2025 and implementing everything we need to when we win. But Liberal John, first of all, I hope the doctor's appointment goes well. He was on his way to he would have joined us and talked as well. So, I hope we get to that point because it really doesn't do any good either side. You could play this game about, counting ballots is a bad thing, but now all you're doing is trying to get Republicans to be upset or, you're what you call the MAGA extremists to be upset. This is all a way for them to, it's childish what they're doing because they don't look at the other side of the coin and say, hey, how did this or could this hurt us as a party? I mean, we're getting so far away from actually governing. Now it's all about making decisions based on small groups just to win
Which
power.
Is the plan.
Of course it's the plan.
That is the plan. I can't think of, in your description is so spot on. That's the plan. How do we do the things to stay in power, to stay wealthy, to enrich ourselves more, and circumvent the Constitution while doing it? Because that's what holds our feet to the fire. How do we get around it?
Their best candidate to me for a long time would have been Gretchen Whitmer. And then I see a video of her like feeding somebody a Dorito on the ground for her OnlyFans or whatever it may be. I don't know. Maybe she's just mocking religion.
That's what she was doing.
But that's a childish like attitude. That's what a governor does. Act like a child. Yeah, it's just so delusional. Democrats are delusional.
You got Child in Michigan. You had Elmer Fudd and friggin'
Elmer Fudd is the worst.
Minnesota, man. I mean, it's like a cartoon characters everywhere.
Here's a flannel. You have it in pink? Yeah. That's what I would expect him to say. Elmer Fudd looks like a joke and he can't even load a shotgun.
I mean, granted, we found that when it comes to the Jewish voters, there's some flexibility there. They're predominantly going to be Democrat, but there's quite a few amount that are Republicans. I will point out, Catholics are pretty intractable in terms of, birth control, not interested. Abortion, not interested. And, oh, by the way, now you're going to mock my religion?
Yeah.
Good luck to you, Gretchen Whitmer. You decided all right, so you're going to mock these people, and then down the road you're going to tell them, you don't understand. Me and my husband, we're very faithful people. Okay, good luck.
She faked a kidnapping. She's mocking religion, and this is a governor. This is somebody who is in power. I mean, that's how sick the Democrats are right now. And, there are so many good Democrats. Look, I don't like Joe Manchin. I don't like his ideas. He's a good one. RFK Jr., not a good Democrat. Well, he's not anymore because he realized this party has left them. This party is gone. This is a socialist communist idea. Kamala Harris offers you nothing. She's an installed puppet that can't do anything. And when I talk about, can I talk about my voting experience for a quick second yesterday? Because it's kind of funny. So I'm standing in line, and it wasn't a long line. It only took me 17 minutes to vote. But an older man, he had to be about 90, 91. He walks in, he's got a cane, he can barely walk, and, we open the door and get him in, and the way it kind of, circulates, I was near the door, but at the front of the line. Sure. And I kind of am facing back and just looking around because I'm trying to see if I know anybody. And there's a couple there, and the woman kind of whispers to her husband. And you can already look at these people and kind of figure out
what's about
they're not happen. Trump people. Yeah. Well, the man who was 91 years old is wearing a hat that says MAGA on it. And so she says something in his ear, and he turns and talks to the poll worker, and he's about 5-6 people behind me, and he comes walking up, and he goes, "Excuse me, are you allowed to wear a MAGA hat and any kind of campaign hat here?" And I'm like, oh, here we go. And so he's like, oh, yeah, I'll talk to him. So the man walks to the back, and he's like, he needs to put it in his car. And he's like, just put it in your jacket. And he's trying to, the poll worker understands. Well, there's a law. And so I'm like, this guy's a jerk. And then the poll worker says to me, well, this guy should be wearing a blue hat that says moron. And I said, hey, listen, there's a law in early voting. If somebody is 65 and over and they need to vote, they can cut the line, and I'm willing to give up my space. Bring him in front of me. I know he's in the back of the line. Bring him in front and let him roll. And the poll worker goes, you know what? That is one. So, of course, I turned around and looked at those two, and they're upset now that this man got to cut the lawn.
They're pissed.
And I gave him that Cheshire cat smile. It was me.
Have a nice day.
But that's the childish response of these Democrats. This is how unstable these people are. They attack a 91-year-old man, try to make him, who couldn't even get in a door, walk back to his car to put a hat away.
I bet he looked better than Jimmy Carter.
Oh, boy, did he.
Good Lord, dude, that still doesn't sit well with me, man.
Not at all.
Dude,
but that's all right. He went, he filled out all the information, got his mail-in ballot, made sure he got it to the drop box, took care of it.
Jimmy did, or your guy?
Oh, no, Jimmy.
Oh,
yeah, Jimmy. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't think Jimmy did any of that.
Well, at his 100th birthday, he couldn't even speak, or he was drooling on himself, but I'm sure he...
I take no
So
joy
sick,
in any
man.
of it, but that is
So sick what they're
exploitation.
doing. Yep.
I take no joy in it. Good Lord. That'll do it for us. We're going to turn this thing over to Beck. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring. Thank you for supporting the advertisers that share your values. We appreciate you, and we want you to know, even if you disagree with us completely and wholeheartedly, we appreciate you, and we appreciate your point of view and welcome your calls at 404-741-1230, just like anybody else. For Rhino and Los and Board Op Captain Goey Virgin River, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer.
Well, I don't know whether you've seen the Babylon Bee. You get a kick out of this. Babylon Bee, a couple of quick headlines. Hezbollah starting to think they should not have gotten their pagers from Levi Gold Bromstein's Pager Emporium. And one more. Israel kills thousands more terrorists with exploding 200 free hours of AOL CDs.
Oh, you're terrible. I like the little messages that are showing up on the pagers when you look at them. Yeah. You know, like one of them just said 72 virgins calling.
Waiting for you.
Yeah. And the other one is from the liver to the knee.
I haven't seen that one. The liver to the knee.
Bortz and The Kimmer are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.